Tiebreaks are nerve-wracking. Good intuition and nerves are key, while deep calculation and strategic play go down in value. This afternoon, chess fans in Baku and all around the world enjoyed one of the most exciting, rapid and blitz spectacles of the year, the 40-plus tiebreak matches of the second round of the World Cup. As usual, most of the tournament favourites qualified for the third round, although many of them, for example Wesley So and Nakamura come to mind, not without some major difficulties. However, casualties included elite Grandmaster Alexander Grischuk and Spanish Grandmaster Anton Guijarro, knocked out by Danishvar from Iran and local Azerbaijan Gadimbali, respectively. Volokitin, Reziner and Saric were some other rating favourites eliminated by theoretically weaker opponents, although in some cases the margins were very slim. In the women's section, the principal upset of the day was the surprising elimination of Lucknow, one of the main favourites of the field, by Mary Ann Gomez, a strong woman grandmaster from India. Zagnitze was also knocked out by Claudia Coulon. Wenjun, current world champion, and reigning champion Kostenyuk were able to make it to the third round. Greetings from Baku. Today is the third round of the World Cup 2023, and it's the first day we're allowing spectators to go into the hall to see the games. Here I am with Rustav. Rustav is a really good chess fan from here from Baku, and he wants to go and see his favorite player. Rustav, who are you rooting for? Who do you want to see inside the playing hall?
First of all, I want to see the world champions, who is the Magnus Carlsen, Vishwanath Anand, and also I want to see that the Temur Ejeva, who's from Azerbaijan, and I will take the photo with them.
Okay, so you want to see your fans get a photo and look at the games?
Yes, I'm very exciting.
It's very exciting for you, and you've come with your friends as well?
Yes.
Okay. Remember, you have to be silent inside the hall.
Okay.
Have a good time, Rustav.
Thank you.
So as you can see, there's a lot of excitement. Everyone wants to go inside the hall. They're all waiting for the doors to open. There's about maybe 100 people here waiting to go inside and see their heroes, their chess heroes. Stay tuned to the YouTube channel and see all the action today in the third round.
Greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan. Welcome back. Today we will start the first round of the game number 3, right? And I'm Irene Sukandar. I'm your host, and now joining with me in the studio, multiple-time Polish champion, Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel. Hello, Mateusz.
Hello, Irene.
How are you?
I have mixed feelings, to be honest. I would strongly prefer to be in the hall next to us. But, no luck or no skill, whatever you call it. But I am also partly happy, or even very happy, to have this new experience and to have fun as a viewer, because I don't know how about you, but cup system, White Cup, is my favorite tournament when I am watching it from home.
Yeah, indeed. And I think this is also one of my favorite events, because we don't have this type of tournament format very often in the chess world, yeah? And unfortunately for you, yesterday, it was a heartbreaking knocked out by Donchenko. But it was Fishy and we were watching, and then we were commentating on it, and then it was just such a tough journey for both of you, actually, until the 9th game of the match yesterday.
Well, I cannot say it was so heartbreaking, because I was just enjoying it.
You're enjoying it, that's good.
I am at this, let's say, stage of my career that I don't want to be too upset, because I already understood I won't be a world champion. So I am rather trying to focus on positive things. And I was very happy that I was able to equalize the match twice yesterday after quite well played games. There was a moment where I was, I believe, one move from qualification, because if I would make a correct move in one position, it was just very, very simple, but I didn't, and that's all what World Cup is about. You have to be resistant, but also you have to find your chances when you have them, because you always have them,
Right.
but not everyone can make take advantage from those chances, and I was unlucky not to make it, but you have some pluses and some minuses. So this time, my plus is that I can be here and we can enjoy the show from more relaxed, let's say, location.
That's right. Yeah, very well put from you, Mateusz. And I have a lot to learn from you to get such a positive attitude in order to, get better, recover faster, right? Not to dwell so much with your past, but rather focusing on your future. And in the screen, we can see players are arriving and getting ready for their first game for round 3. And we will see a lot of exciting matches today, Mateusz. For example, on the top board, we will see Magnus Carlsen versus Tari Arian. So 2 Norwegians playing and competing to go through the next round. And here we have the tournament table for the top 8 of the open section.
Well, about Magnus and Tarian, I was surprised to check that they did play in a previous World Cup. Magnus won 2-0 convincingly, so of course he's a heavy favorite for this match. But there is always some tension when you play with your countrymen, so I would like to see some fight, but of course it won't be. It won't be easy, but of course all those pairs are very interesting. Another one I would like to point out is Gukesh versus Narayanan, because it's another derby, and I mean it can be really tough for Gukesh.
Yes, and we see on the screen right now the remaining top 16 of the open section, and we see Tingjing Yao, who made a really big upset on round number 2 against Mehmet Yarov Shahriar and taking on Rasmus Sven for round 3. We will see like so many interesting matches, from the underdogs versus the experienced players, also from the youngsters versus veterans, for example. So,
well, those players like Jing Jiao or Bardia, who yesterday beat
Alexander Grishchuk,
they take advantage from this KO system, because we wouldn't have heard about them if it would be Swiss tournament or anything else. But here they come and they show really high skills. Well, there were many careers which started at World Cups or before at World Championship. I always remember a long time back, I think it was 97 or 99, when Liviu Dieter Nisipeanu, quite unknown player from Romania, made it to until the semi-final or something, and later he became a top 15 player. So I think I'm pretty sure many of them can make it very far after.
Very far indeed, yes. And now we see on the screen the top 16 matches of women's section, and our reigning women's world champion Ju Wenju will take on the local hero Fatalieva Ulvia, and there's also Faishali Ramesh Babu will take on Maria Muzichuk. So, and your compatriot Claudia Coulon, who made a very big upset also yesterday against Dagny Zenana. So yeah, I'm so looking forward for this round 3, because we have, like thrilling matches coming up. Oh, and we also have Anna Muzichuk, who unfortunately is playing another Ukrainian, Anna Ushanina, and my compatriot now, Medina Warda Aulia, taking on Alina Bifol. Both of them also made upsets on round 2. Medina defeating Sarah Kadem from Spain, and Alina Bifol defeating Mamat Zaragunay from Azerbaijan.
You mentioned that Anna Muzichuk is playing Anna Ushanina.
Anna Ushanina, yes.
Both from Ukraine,
yes.
But the next round may see
the
Muzichuk family derby.
Yes.
So it will be even more, well, I think it will be not so pleasant actually.
Not so pleasant, yeah.
But yeah, that's what is quite likely, because they are both favorites
Ukraine,
in their matches, so it really can happen. But as we see the players, I already noticed some of them from who played the tiebreaks yesterday, and that's I think the worst part of the World Cup system or chaos system, that you were playing very intense match, sometimes until very late hour,
Right.
and there is no time left for
Preparation.
For anything.
For anything,
you
yeah,
hardly can
for
sleep
resting.
because you are struggling with your emotions. You
Right.
hardly can prepare.
Yeah.
And the next guy, the next opponent is, well, by no means worse. Usually he's even better.
Even better. I agree.
So it's very, very challenging. And I listened to the interview of Anish Giri, who told it's questionable if it's good for your warming up to play some tiebreaks or it's better to rest. I don't know what is better.
Yeah, if you can manage to have time for both, of course it's better. And we see on the screen our world number 1 just arrived on his board and playing with white pieces on the first game against Irene. Yeah, it's going to be quite challenging too for our world number 1 here, because Tari most of the times, very often times help the preparation of Magnus in various tournaments. So and we see so many players here who were part of Magnus's team to prepare for his tournaments. Like we have also Jordan Van Veres, by the way, who's taking on Peter Svidler on this round.
I think when you play someone like Magnus, the most important thing when you are a player around 2600 or even 2700, but not from the elite circle, it's to be well prepared mentally, because I don't know if you have noticed, he has some kind of a special energy next to him. If you enter the playing hall, you see Magnus, it's like a shining person, with some inner belief that he is the best.
Yes.
And when you sit next to him, in front of him actually, then you feel like, oh my God, how can I fight with him? There was a player like Mikhail Tal, long time back. People also were complaining that he has kind of an aura next to him. It's very hard to play. And with Magnus, I think it's the same, that he's just extremely self-confident, and you have to build in yourself some emotional preparation or something like that, which allow you to play a game on the board, not in your head.
Or rather being unemotional, so not to get affected by any kind of these things. And we have a lift off. And Mateusz, which one would you like to see first?
I would like to see surely some games, but I can't see moves yet.
Yes.
But as we see, Magnus has the moves are on the board. We have Nimzovic,
Yes.
which is of course one of those solid choices. Every player from the top is playing from time to time. Well, it is interesting what Magnus will do, because he can do basically anything.
Yes, exactly.
And, I am okay. He's not like my friend from Bundesliga, Jergusz Pechacz, who can do everything, like knight h3 move 1, and he's not ashamed of that. So Magnus is still one step behind Jergusz, but well, I mean, in terms of let's say correct classy lines, he can do totally everything. So even now we see that he's thinking what to choose, because here he has like 5-6 different lines which all are definitely playable.
Yes, Magnus is one of those players who is like a nightmare to prepare against, because they can just play any single thing, any single lines, and they will play it in equally good performance. And soon we will see on the screen the stats of Magnus Carlsen's of his participations in the World Cups. There you go. And Magnus has played 4 times, and his best result was in 2007 and 2021, where he got knocked out by Gata Kamsky and Jan Krzysztof Duda respectively. And this is the only title that he hasn't gotten yet, Mateusz. He pretty much won everything else, but not winning the World Cup yet. So probably 5th time is the charm for Magnus.
Well, that's why we see him here,
Yes.
I suppose. He badly wants to collect another trophy. And, well, I actually admire this attitude because it's well, very inspiring. But it also shows how difficult World Cup is. You are a legend like Magnus, living
Right.
legend, and still he hasn't won it yet.
He hasn't won it yet.
And
Right.
I wouldn't say his chances are extremely high because it's just a very close race, only 2 games with every player, and there are many people who can outplay him. Yes, of
Right.
course, he will always be a favorite, but it's very, very difficult. And of course, from my perspective, it was very good that he lost 2 years ago to young Krzysztof Duda, because it was, I was commenting it live, the tiebreak, emotional tiebreak, when Jan managed to beat Magnus, and that was something really like, wow, yeah, I really felt like it was thrilling experience for me as
It
a
was indeed
commentator,
thrilling, yeah.
and it was really sound in Poland. Many people was really interested that Polish hero beat Magnus. He later managed to win the cup. He's defending the title, and well, that was huge. And of course, we are dreaming about something like that from Jan once again. But as we already told, it's so difficult for anybody to perform well in this system that even Magnus is not sure to go even to the semi-final. As we've seen, he only
Yes.
made it twice. Yeah?
Yes, and according to Fishy, this is getting personal for Magnus to be able to win the World Cup because it's just another collection of his achievements. So I think he's here just to complete, all his achievements so far.
Yeah, surely, but it makes it harder.
It's very hard.
Because if you want something badly, then usually you are not relaxed.
Yes, yes.
And as we experienced players knows, when the tension gets higher, your brain is not always working better.
Right. Yeah. When you're very emotional with your matches, sometimes you cannot think very objectively as you normally do. So yeah, you're right. And
it's very interesting that Magnus is thinking on move 4. It looks like maybe he has this attitude of not looking at chess too much during work. No, because you have to be fresh also, yes?
Right,
so
yes.
maybe he thought, okay, I don't know what Ariane will do, so I will decide over the board. But these days, it is, well, challenging attitude, I would say.
Yep.
Maybe we could switch to Hikaru if it's not a problem,
Yes,
because
let's do it.
the theory developed a bit farther in that game. So let's go to this game, and we see Benoni, which is a rare guest these days in top level games, I would say.
Right. Yes, and as Fishy also pointed out yesterday, it's very rare to have like Benoni on the top level game because White could already get away with some advantage, yeah?
But it's also typical for Hikaru to, well, be unpleasant for opponents in terms of creating complex battles. And I just played Benjamin a few weeks ago, and he's rather a player, Hungarian style, so quite well educated about theory, about positional play, but he's not so crazy about some tactical complications. He prefers rather developing game, more calm. So I think that's why Hikaru went for this Benoni, trying to create some unbalanced positions and looking for some maybe objectively incorrect but interesting battle.
Yes.
And Bishop F4 is the move I don't know actually in these structures. I am not sure if this is the, well, probably it's one of those moves you have a lot of games already, because nowadays everything is being played, but I'm not sure if it's the main choice here.
Yeah, it's not.
Do you know?
No, I don't actually.
I hope.
But I believe this is not the main choice. But again, World Cups and these events alike, it's a place where players, the 2600, 2700, or even like 2800, like Magnus himself, showing off their opening novelties. Yeah, so probably we can also see like in round 2 when Fabiano played this 5 moves of knight within 12 moves, and it's repeated by Lee Kwang Lim in the tiebreak. So we will see some trend there, how to play against the London opening.
Yeah, you are totally right. That I was actually also doing that. I finished my games and I went through the other games just to see if there is something what might be used in the tiebreak, because that's all what tiebreaks are all about. You want to surprise your opponent. So you've seen some idea the day before. It's a huge chance, or at least some chance, that your opponent didn't. So, well, you can take the advantage of that.
Yes, the element of surprise is indeed a huge part of the preparation. And soon we will see on the screen the stats of Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has played 3 times, significantly less compared to the other top elite players, and his best result was in 2015, where he got knocked out by Pavel Elyanov from Ukraine.
But I would like to add another important factor, that it is the first time Hikaru is playing being married.
Oh, that's true.
So I don't know what an impact it can have, but there is many jokes how marriage changes your life, or the life of chess player too. I've seen his wife. She's here with Hikaru. What can be good, that can be bad, of course. This is a joke, but yeah, this is a different situation. And well, I mean, also for Hikaru, I think that lately, when he became number 2, all of a sudden, because, well, as he claims, he's not a professional player, he's professional streamer and just a good player at the same time. I think it may become also, like in Magnus' case, quite important to score well, because now he sees his chance to become a world champion all easier. There is no Magnus in the race, so he wants to make it to the candidates, and later, well, it would be great to be a streamer and a world champion at the same time, right?
That's right. Well, I think it's a very good trend for Hikaru, having Atosa by his side, because he won the Norway in May. So, and Atosa was also accompanying him. And
but she wasn't wife yet.
She wasn't
different story.
It was different story.
But yeah, I mean, in general, it's very important to feel well at chess tournaments if you have someone who
some
helps
psychological
you.
Support.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So that may be a crucial help, especially on such a long tournament. Yeah, because at some point your daily routine is being pretty boring.
Exactly.
Eat, sleep, preparation, repeat, and sometimes play some moves. But
the routine becomes a bit dull. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know how it is. I never made it farther than round 2. So, but well, from what I've heard from other players, it is really challenging, also mentally, emotionally at some moments. So, if you have someone to accompany you. That's why sometimes players who are eliminated, they stay longer to help their friends, not only chess-wise, but also as friends. Yeah, just a person to chat with, to, I don't know, to
just
cheer
to have
up.
a social life, because...
Exactly, because sometimes it's just about to say, okay, you are better, you will manage, or don't worry, you will strike back. I mean, you can do it, It's different to have this discussion on WhatsApp or whatever, than to the person, to someone in person. Yes, so I think it's also a very important factor. Yep,
and we see on the screen Benjamin Gledura from Hungary just waiting for Hikaru to make his move, and it is not an easy opponent for Hikaru as well, because Benjamin Gledura has knocked out Yakub Boev Nordirbak from Uzbekistan. This is also one of the Uzbek prodigies. We've seen the rise of Uzbekistan chess in the past few years, and they won the Olympiad in Chennai in 2022. But unfortunately, their firstborn, Abdusattorov Nordirberg, also got knocked out yesterday. So I think
even the day before yesterday, he didn't. Make it
he
to
didn't go
tiebreaks.
for the tiebreak. Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
but that was shocking. That was
It was
shocking.
shocking.
I
It was
am
quite an
huge-
upset,
I am
yeah.
a huge fan of Nordirberg. He is a unique player, and I don't know how about you, but for me, he has a fire in his eyes. Whenever I see him, he is just like a person ready to I'm sorry, but to kill,
To kill,
the opponent. He wants to make it, and it really makes a huge impression on me. I played with him when he was 10, and already at that time he was looking like at me like, oh my God, he wants to kill me. I was really terrified. I somehow managed still to win when he was 10, but I am afraid I won't repeat it.
Yeah, I was actually rooting for Abdusattorov in the earlier of the event, of course, and he played on the round 2, and I didn't expect that he would get knocked out very early of the event.
Do you
So-
have any favorite player now?
Phew, I have to say, my personal favorite is Ray Robson. It's because he's been my walking partner every evening. So after I did the commentary and Ray did his game, we would walk for about 5 to 6 kilometers after dinner just to get our fitness in track. And so if he could stay until the end of the event, because I'll be staying until the end of the event, Mateusz, to commentate for
I'm
this
sorry
World Cup.
for you. You will be extremely tired.
Yes, while other players actually they have rest days, yeah, and some of the players also they don't really have to play some tie breaks, yeah, but I have to keep working.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really tough work. Please admire this, dear viewers. Should we jump to Ray Robson?
We
You-
can
you
go on to the third board first.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look at another rating favorite, Caruana Fabiano, who didn't really have any challenge during the round 2. He had like a 2-0 performance, and no need for him to play the tiebreak. So it was another extra day for him to rest.
It won't be easy to play in this round for him. He plays Mustafa Yilmaz from Turkey, and Turkish players did really well in previous rounds.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, it was Sanal Vahab
Sanal
who
Vahab.
eliminated
Abdusattorov.
Abdusattorov, while Emre Can was about to eliminate
Wesley So,
So.
yeah.
He was very unlucky not to make it.
Yeah, he had 3 winning games in the first. The first 3 games were winning for Emre Can.
Yeah, and it's actually this generation of Turkish players who well, maybe the first wave of Turkish players after the boom in let's say in the middle of the previous decade or even earlier, because there was many events in Turkey.
Yes,
the chess life was developing rapidly, and all of them are already members of the national team for a long time. They were very young when they started to play for the team, and that's why even not having very high ratings, they are very experienced players and very unpleasant to meet. They are usually very well prepared. And we can even see it now that he is not terrified by playing black with Fabiano Caruana, and I think I would even bet that this match would go to the tiebreak.
Right. Yes, and for Yilmaz Mustafa, it is quite a long journey for him because, well, on the first round he beat Mwali Chitumbo from Zambia, 2-0 performance, which is good for him because he didn't have to play for the tiebreak. But yesterday he had to play a tiebreak against another American, Awonder Liang, where he won in the rapid section. And now he's taking on another American, Fabiano Caruana, seeded number 3, and also another rating favorite. And we have on the screen, it's Yilmaz thinking what to play on, maybe still choosing which line to play in this Italian. It is Italian.
Yeah, it is
yes.
Italian. Definitely, it is Italian. I was wondering if Mustafa was a winner of last year weekend's Challengers tournament. I think he won, but
I'm not sure.
I can't remember. He played very well, but if he won, I can't remember. But definitely, it is a player who
You need to be careful.
Yeah, you has to. But of course, well, that's the problem when you play a guy like Fabiano. He has huge experience in this Italian game. We can have a look from the beginning. Of course, it's all very well known. But as Anish Giri once wrote in New in Chess, that the one who understands the nuances of move orders in Italian should get a Nobel Prize or something like that, because it's very difficult to understand, to memorize all those nuances. And this A5 move is like very fashionable lately. Well, some 10 years ago or maybe more, people were rather playing A6, but later A5, not being worried about B5 weakness. But okay, it's all what Italian game is about. It's just a playable position without any exchanges. That is very important. You have all pieces on the board. And that's what also Fabiano is happy about. He just wants to keep many pieces on the board and trying to wait maybe sometimes for opponents to blunder. So
yes. So well, a player like Fabiano Caruana surely can play many openings, and then his trademark is actually Ruy Lopez, and I think his courses are going to be really soon. I don't know when, but I think he will have a course on the Ruy Lopez. But on today's game, I think he tries to surprise his opponent. I'm sure Yilmaz is expecting some Spanish Ruy Lopez type of game, but now we have some Italian on the board.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because usually in those positions you have many moves which looks equally good. So at the moment, surely Mustafa is thinking about h6. Is it good or not? Because it's usually very useful to cover g5 square. He can also consider knight e7, knight g6, which is typical plan. He can try to prepare some moves with like d5, although with the bishop on b5, which is potentially pinning the knight when the rook would be on e8. It may be not so good. So basically, I think he is considering knight e7 or h6. My personal choice would be h6 because it looks more careful, especially versus Fabiano. I would go h6 immediately, just not to think about some bishop g5 pins and so on. Because the problem with bishop g5, let's say, I don't know, we play rook e8, which is probably stupid, but you always have to be careful about those pins, because g5 can be good but can be losing too. Yes,
right.
We've seen
it's
a lot
double
of
H.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games like that, and I mean sometimes it's very good for black. It's just a piece up, like you can even go like this sometimes, but sometimes you are just losing. Yes, because okay, for example, such positions which are quite common for those sacrifices. If the knight is on d2, sometimes it's just a crucial difference. You are in time to mate your opponent. If it's on the b1, it can be not enough. So you have to be very, very aware when you can go and when you can go not for such complications. And that's why Mustafa is thinking now, because he has to decide if h6 is an obligatory move or you can do something else.
Yes, those little subtleties in the Italian that makes everyone also thinking like, well, no matter how much hours that you spent on this opening, it's almost never enough, because you have to really understand the single little thing about this opening.
But that is also what makes not only strong players willing to play such openings, that you cannot go, your preparation won't be very straightforward, because if you go, for example, Rui Lopez Marshall attack, counter attack was the name, the theory may end in the end game after 35 moves.
Yeah.
And very easily, it's very common. When you play this Italian game, okay, it can be a theory, but you won't make it automatically, because you have to think if those nuances are working in this move order or not, yes? And it's very, very easy to make a blunder, because if you have a forced line, I'm sorry, even Monkey can play a forced line, yeah? You just teach Monkey and it makes moves, yes? It's very easy, yes? But if you have a very complex positions, when you look for nuances, that's what really tricky, and that's the, let's say, area where those top players are usually better than the weaker players.
So you're saying that the first line is not necessarily always the best or the perfect continuation. Sometimes you can go to the second best line or the third best line. They're not really so much different to the first line, but again, there's some surprises in that, and you're trying to test your opponent, their opening knowledge, their opening repertoire. Maybe you get used to the first line, but not so much about the third or the second best line. Yeah.
I don't know what was Vichy saying in last days. It's very hard to me to replace such a legend, but I would even say that chess has changed in last years, because when I was maybe not promising but a junior, the attitude was that you should stick to main lines, go into the main discussions of current theory. I never did that actually, but that was like the main school. Yes, you should investigate the main lines, you should work on them, and so on and so on. And people who are playing some sidelines, you looked at them, oh my God, he must be lazy or something. Yes, and now it changed. Yes, because you see that in the main lines, everyone have an access to strong engines, so it's very, very, quite much easier than it used to be
these days, yes,
to get this knowledge. So the players who are actually working, they are looking for what you said, for the third, second line, which is maybe not optimal according to the engine's evaluation, but is playable. But it gives you more freedom in creating a game.
Right.
So that's how it changed over the years.
And I think...
And he went 97.
Yes.
Which wasn't expected by me. I thought that he would rather go h6, but it is interesting, yes, because now c6, d5 may be coming. This bishop is placed questionably. Of course, now the main move would be d4, and you have to assess the position, because if you go knight g6, now you have to evaluate, for example, d5. It usually with bishop here it's not so good, but well, it can be tricky. If the bishop would be on not on a7 but on e7, white be doing fantastic. Well, I assume it would be very good, yeah.
For
but
white,
but with bishop on a7, I mean, it is probably much harder to assess. So I don't know what Fabiano might do after knight g6. He has to think, but he can also keep the tension and just develop his pieces. But well, black should be doing also quite okay, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. And soon we can have the stats of Fabiano Caruana on the screen. Yeah, he must be thinking about this d4 move. And Fabiano Caruana from the USA has played 6 times, and his current his last result in 2021 World Cup in Sochi was not really good. He got knocked out by Rinat Jumabayev on round 3, and well, we'll see. Now it is his 7th participation in the World Cup, and for some, 7 is a good number.
But it's another confirmation of how difficult World Cup is. Fabiano is also a legendary player, and he never made it to the semi-final. Yeah. So it's really demanding. I strongly believe that it's just also unusual, even for top players. Yes, you have a little experience, and really any 2650 player can beat in this system 2750, 28 player, because it's just 2 games, and even with those tie breaks it makes it really short. Of course in longer matches they would prevail, as normally Magnus showed in matches for the crown. I mean, the better player should win in a long distance, but in 2 games anything can happen. So well, Fabiano needs to show his best to improve his results, which was never very impressive as for his skills. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And d4 is on the board now. Black has to think. Yeah. So our current position right now, knight g6 is still our analysis.
Yeah,
and
but I think he should go for it, because taking would be, of course, a huge, maybe not a huge mistake, but a mistake, because you gave a center for actually nothing, and it looks like a huge achievement for white. And while c6, okay, it might work, but maybe c6, because if after this you can just recapture, then you can probably go for it, because of course not this would be disaster.
Yep.
But if you can recapture, that's probably about equality. So maybe he thinks if he should include c6 bishop d3 and then knight g6, because you have to keep this center, or you leave the bishop on b5, you play knight g6, because it's not impossible that white would go bishop d3 anyway,
right?
Because you won't have this pawn protected, so that you can, I don't know, maybe play bishop e3, knight d2 or something like that, maybe knight f1 later. So there are different possibilities, but it's quite possible that bishop d3 would come at some point anyway.
Yes, and maybe we can move on to the 4th board. Also another writing favorite, Iamna Pomniachtchi, quite a veteran in this type of tournament format, and he's taking on Mamedov Rauf, the local hero. And what do you think about the current position so far?
What I can say is that Mamedov is a very difficult opponent to be met at this stage, because he used to be rated around 2700,
That's right.
or even slightly above. He's also an Azeri player, local hero, so he surely feels well on his soil ground, on his soil, and it can be not so easy. And also I think Rauf is also very good in rapid chess.
Right.
So if it comes to the tiebreaks, it can be not so easy for Jan to show. Of course, he is a better player, there is no doubt. Also, although I am still interested how he feels after the match versus Dink. Because such matches can cost you a lot. And I am still impressed that he decided to participate so quickly after the match. Of course, he doesn't have a candidate, or does he? He has a candidate spot.
He has a candidate spot, yes.
So he has no obligation to play, but he decided, and well, maybe it says that he's all fine and he's ready to fight for the crown once again. But it would be, trying to play the 3rd match. Not everybody is ready to that. Yeah.
And such player like Ian Nepomniachtchi also, they're very good in trying to project their confidence. Yeah. So not only through their moves, but also their choice of tournaments, that despite just having finished the World Championship match, they are like, okay, it's fine. I can be a totally different player in this type of World Cup format, and probably having the same ambition like Magnus Carlsen, that to win the World Cup and then just to have it as one of his achievements. And he seemed to be talking, or I'm mistaken, or maybe he was just drinking or something.
No, Jan is very well known from being very
Relax.
funny to watch, even I would say, yeah, because
He's smiling. He's
yeah,
smiling.
he's smiling actually to himself probably. But what's so funny, we will never find out. But
Yes.
we don't need actors when we have Jan.
Jan
Yeah,
Nepomniachtchi,
I
yeah.
mean he's playing in his own movie.
He has his own world in his mind, and soon we will see on the screen the stats of Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Ian has played 5 times, and the last one in 2019. Unfortunately, he got knocked out by Yang Yi, Ding Liren's compatriot. And we will see now his 6th participation in the World Cup, where almost everyone, we only missed Ding Liren, we only missed Firuza in this competition. And who else did we miss? I pointed out yesterday to Anand that we missed him as well in the competition. But the rest of the top players are here in Baku.
Yeah, we miss Richard Rapport.
Richard Rapport as
actually
well.
badly because he's a unique player.
Yeah.
I really love to follow his games. We also miss Veselin Topalov, but he's kind of retired. But almost all top players are here, and that's why it's so entertaining. But once again, I am just we are checking those stats, and I'm wondering who is winning the World Cup, because it's not Magnus, it's not Fabiano, it's not Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, what's going on? I mean, are there any players who wins this? It's probably Peter Svidler who stole all the show in previous editions, yes, because he won once, he was twice in final. I think.
Twice in final, and actually there was only one player who won the World Cup twice.
Oh my God, who was that?
And yes, it's a little chess trivia. So if you've been following our commentary since the first round, I'm sure dear viewers would be able to tell who is the player.
I don't know.
It's Levon Aronian.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's so. I believe you have to possess special skills for that, especially some mental skills.
Oh,
yes.
obviously.
That's crucial because, and also you have to be not too creative at some moments. I even talked to some friends after my loss yesterday. They suggested that probably the crucial thing at some moment of the tiebreak is to stick to your style. Not
Stick to your style.
Because at some point I was leading and I needed a draw. And instead of playing my, let's say, sharp and suspicious chess, I decided, okay, why should I attack? I mean, draw is enough, yes? And then when you stop playing your chess, then it's over, yeah? Because you have to be... Okay, first of all, you have to be strong player, yes? But even if you are not the strongest, you should still keep your way of playing chess.
Right.
Because when with limited time on the clock, when you start to reinvent your own style, it's disaster. Yeah.
Right. I was actually thinking that maybe most of the chess advice that in this type of format, when the KO format, you'll be thinking like, don't go crazy. But if crazy is your way of playing chess, then stick to it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but it's really difficult. A long time ago, Michał Krasenkov, a Polish player, once
a very strong Polish player.
Yeah,
yes.
he was top 10 at some point.
Yeah.
He told that for him in the cup system, the most difficult is to win the first game because he never know what to do in the second game. If he should, because he was always very aggressive player, and if he should play aggressively or rather not, and that was always challenging for him. So it was better when he drew the first game, so he could play more or less normally in the second. Yeah.
Right. Yes. So what do we take away from this position? So about the opening choice?
I think it's a thing which slightly weaker player would quite often do versus such a player like Nepomniachtchi. Long time back, I actually managed to beat Jan 8 years ago after bishop b5 check in the third move. Because he wanted to create some game and he finished in a lost position after 10 moves. That's what Rauf wants to do. He wants a calm games, be slightly better, and as we see, he wasn't. I mean, c4 is a move you want to build a strong center. You want to have a space advantage, and that's what he achieved. Yeah, he gave a bishop, but he has those pawns.
The Meroxy setup pawn structure.
Yeah, he controls many important squares. He will probably. He already castled. Yes, he already castled. He will put. I don't know. Rooks. Maybe d1, c1. Maybe he will play b3. Maybe he will take one day. He's not unhappy about if the position will be equal. It will be. He doesn't want to take any additional risk. But if opponent would be a bit impatient, and Jan can sometimes be impatient because he's in general very active, aggressive player.
Yep.
And such players playing with slightly weaker players quite often wants to do something. I lost many games trying to produce too much from compositions. So such attitude can be very unpleasant for your opponent, though Jan is so experienced that I think he knows what to do.
Right. And just a friendly reminder to our dear viewers, we are back to the classical time format. So now the players are playing 2 games of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds from move 1, and they will have an additional 30 minutes from move 41st. So they have to complete 40th move before they have the bonus time control. And also there shouldn't be any draw offer before you played your 30th move, and the draws should be only happening throughout the repetition, not through offers. So this is also something in the decades ago, probably we see so many quick draws as well, but lately I think already 10 years or so, yeah, we have implemented this Soviet rule, and I think we've seen less and less numbers of draws in the higher level games.
In general, I am totally in favor of Sofia rules, though in a KAO system I am not sure if it's so needed, because anyway it's some, let's say, match strategy.
Right.
So I wouldn't actually force players to play longer if they want to decide it in rapid. So actually only in this format I think it's questionable if you should implement it or not, because of course in any kind of Swiss system or round robin, I mean Sofia will always, even until the end of the game.
I see. Yeah, I agree. Every rule I think has its pluses and minuses, yeah, and well, I think the players just to follow the rule, and if you want to have a quick draw, for example, there's some subtleties in it too. Like maybe, you know, there's some indirect draw offer and some variations that we saw on the previous rounds as well. Some of the games they finished within 30 minutes, even though it was a classical match, and they knew each other that such a game or such a line will not go further than a draw, so they just agreed to repeat the moves in a very early stage of the game, and they move on to the tiebreak.
Once a friend told me that he discovered that the top players are extremely good in finding logical move repetitions when they think that the position should be drawn. Yeah? And it's kind of silent mutual agreement.
Yes.
Like they both understand at some point that it's logical repetition, and they just go for it, which is pretty funny. But okay. Like Vichy, who was yesterday, I mean, he knows, of course, so many things that for him so many things are obvious. He can say it's obvious, and I would, of course, look at what's obvious. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. But all those guys, like Jan, also on the screen, they just are sure that some things are for granted, and that's why they repeat moves in positions when we normal mortals would rather play for ages. Yes.
Yes, yeah. Sometimes they're acting like as if they're real wizards, who could foresee what's going to happen in the next 5 hours. Like if we can make a draw now within like 30 minutes, 1 hour to the game, why are we wasting another 4-5 hours and still have the same result, right?
Yeah, well, that's always a question in chess because it differs to other sports where the game lasts some exact amount of time, and you cannot say, okay, that's done. Let's go home. Even resignation is a questionable thing.
Right.
Yes, there was even the idea some years ago to forbid resignations in chess, yes? Which is not so stupid, yeah, because some people don't understand why the other player resigned, and sometimes like a famous game of Sam Shankland when he resigned
Against
in
Anish Giri.
yeah,
Yes.
in a drone
In
position.
a drone position, he forgot about the fortress to the back rank, right?
Exactly. We will remember that game of Sam until the end. I'm sorry for him, but it shows that this resignation is also very, very strange rule. If you are outside, if you are not familiar with chess rules, you are saying why? I mean, why he resigned? There is no mate on the board.
No mate, yeah. So in other words, if such a rule be enforced that you should not resign until the end of the game, maybe Shankland would have found a draw. Right?
Oh, okay, he would be forced not to lose because the other player wouldn't be able to win.
If you are wondering what we are talking about, I'm sure it was the game of Sam Shankland versus Anish Giri in one of the Tata Steels. I think it was 2021.
If you Google it, you will find
You
out.
will find it,
probably quite easily, but I can't remember the year. It was some years ago, that's for sure.
Talking about Anish Giri, shall we move on to the fifth board where he is taking on also the local grandmaster Abbasov Nijat. So we currently have Anish Giri as white pieces and Abbasov Nijat as black pieces.
Anish is actually doing something what might be predicted as from what I know Abbasov, he's quite well prepared in many lines, so choosing the main openings would probably not bring Anish too much because, well, it would be somehow prepared, so he decided to play something maybe less typical, and we see I would like to say what is the name of this. It's Neo-Catalan maybe.
Neo-Catalan probably, without D4.
yeah, it's probably Neo-Catalan, but okay, so this is also a line which is quite well known, although I don't know how about you. When I've seen this for the first time, I thought, why black is going for that? You gave 2 bishops for nothing, and we just play a game, yes? But engines are happy about this position for black, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I am sure the engine finds enough compensation in return for this, giving up one of your bishops, and now black doesn't have the pair of bishops anymore. So probably the advantage that white has is actually not that significant. That engine, can just hold it. I'm sure this is still probably one of their preparations, of course, but up to what extent, I'm not really sure.
This is the position when one move doesn't matter that much, although this is a questionable move because it allows structural changes, because here we have this structure with C4D, and after this it's so much different, yes, because the pawn came from E6 to D5, and you have to decide if it's better or not. Like, pawns never go back, so now for me, it would be extremely difficult to say if it's good or bad, because this is different position with pawn on d4, of course. If the pawn would be here, that would be more or less typical. But now it's really, really unclear, because if you keep the pawn here, it is always under attack. If you move it, then light squares are even weaker, and one day, I don't know, maybe we can even move the bishop somehow to c4 or create some tension on f7. It's probably not happening, but still, I mean, suddenly this diagonal is open. Also, this diagonal is open. So if you move the pawn, the bishops should be stronger the position opens. If you don't move that, I mean, maybe I will come d4 and try to maybe open the d5, then attack the d5 pawn. So I think Anish is moderately happy about this position because it's not dry, it's not the obvious structure which offers typical solutions, and you have to play by yourself, which is always difficult. It's so much easier to make moves which are already known. But you also have to be careful. I wanted to propose this move, but then I discovered knight b4 with this and double attack, and black is already probably doing quite okay. So you have to also decide if you should play a3, but then b3 may be in danger at some point because it won't be protected. So it is maybe typical move like engine says h4, h5, h6 just to push and enjoy later. I don't know. You can also go d4, but you have to, once again, it's a pawn move. You have to decide if it's good or if it's not.
Yes. So yes, I agree. I think it's a quiet critical position now for Anish to make a decision on which part of the board that he's going to play, which strategy or which plans that he has to employ. And meanwhile, he's on the camera right now and he's thinking very hard. And maybe we can have on the screen the stats of Anish Giri of his participations in the World Cup.
Once he eliminated my friend Radek Wojtaszek in Baku 2015.
Oh, it was 2015.
And he lost in the semi-final to Peters Fiedler, so it was actually his most successful participation, as I see.
Yes, and in the last World Cup in 2021, he got knocked out by Nordirbek Abdusattorov, which funnily enough, that time before the match, in the interview he said, "I don't know this guy." But then after the match, he said, "Now I know."
Oh, so he didn't make his homework if he didn't know Nordirbek Abdusattorov. But
no, it was a joking way that back then Abdusattorov of course was up and rising star, and but I think he made his name pretty much in 2022 where he almost showing himself that he's in the top elite level of the players, hitting 2700, winning the gold medal in the Olympiad in Chennai and so on. So yeah, but unfortunately got knocked out 2 days ago, as you mentioned, not in the tiebreak, to the Turkish player
Sanal Vahap.
Sanal Vahap, yes.
I am surprised, but maybe 2021 it was still too early. But these days, when I see a player with Uzbekistan flag, no matter what his name is, because for Europeans they are quite challenging, I already know that it's a strong player. No matter if it's 2400, 2500, 2700, it's a challenging player. And in general, well, you are from Asia, you know it better than I. There is a huge wave of strong, underrated Asian players,
definitely.
And not only from India, from many different countries. And yesterday it was well shown by the Iranian player who eliminated Grishuk. I believe that 80% of participants in this event never heard about his name. For me, it was a new name, and yet he was able to eliminate one of the most legendary players in the field convincingly. Yeah. So it's no longer the time when you can feel that European players are anyhow better than Asian players. It is. Actually, I believe that Asia will dominate chess for the next decades.
You think so?
No, I am not. I don't think. I am pretty sure.
You're pretty sure. This is your prediction, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe with Magnus not defending his crown, now we won't see a world champion from Europe. Never, because Indian, Chinese, and many other nations like Uzbekistan, there are so many strong, motivated, hardworking players that I am just sure that they will show in coming years their class, and I don't see so many talents in Europe who can compete with them.
Well, it's a bright future for chess indeed, because we've seen actually all over the world, right? We've seen so many young talents, and they're just getting younger and younger. Yeah, and nowadays, as you mentioned earlier, that you shouldn't see their ratings, because once you see a talent, it's just a matter of time until they reflect their ratings on you. Opportunities,
which is also very important. That if you are a player from Asia and you don't have, let's say, special sponsors, partners who allows you to travel, you have to participate in some tournaments. Well, if you are an Indian in India, but you also play with players with low rating but with high skills, and it's very, very hard to improve your rating. Yeah, and then when you come to Europe, and many Indians do it. Then I mean they just collect a lot of rating points. Yes, so it's very, very tricky that you can be a strong player, but with not so many opportunities, your rating can be not so much objective, and that's why I no longer look at the ratings. Years back, I was like, I am 2600, I play 2400, I should beat him. No, not any longer. I mean, if it's a draw and he play normal game, I mean,
just take a draw, yeah?
That's just a draw. I'm no longer disappointed, because there are so many players with, well, first of all, underrated, but second of all, it's very easy to get knowledge in special areas, like to studying courses, or just well, studying chess with cloud engines or whatsoever. So it just changed, and well, you can be surprised by strong play by any player from any country, because this knowledge is accessible for everybody. It's not like it used to be in old days. It was like reserved for players from Soviet Union, because they have a huge chess culture, and it allowed them to dominate the age and the elite chess for ages, because they had this and no one else had this. But now it doesn't matter. You are from Poland, Indonesia, from Morocco or Saudi Arabia. It's all the same for everybody.
Right. Yeah, chess is definitely more accessible these days, and everyone can learn from their homes. Well, which is good, but we'll see.
Different.
It's different. It's a totally different world these days. Yes, as you mentioned it earlier.
But it's fair.
It's fair. Correct.
You want to be a world champion from whatever you want to. It doesn't matter if it sounds exotic from the chess perspective. But you have all chances.
Yes, and I remember in the old days you have to, for example, shipment, like chess book shipment to Indonesia. Usually it's from Europe. It will take weeks. Right. But
and
now
being expensive also.
It's very expensive. It's but now you could access any ebooks you want at any price, at any chess platforms. Even sometimes they made it for free. Sometimes you just have to pay some money, and then you can get it in your hand within seconds. So it is how accessible chess these days in the modern world.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Anish Giri on the screen. You can buy his course, and you can study chess being almost as good as Anish in a very short time.
Yeah, exactly. Shall we move on to our sixth board, Wesley So, who almost gets knocked out on the second round by another Turkish player, Emre Can, who unfortunately didn't manage to win the match. We will see So Wesley on the screen very soon. Oh, here we go. And
that was surprising for me that he was struggling, because I always considered Wesley to be a player which is not really looking for adventures. He's usually very well prepared. He's usually he can be boring at sometimes, but it's very hard to make him to create him problems, because he's very practical, and I can't imagine creating him problems in a practical game. Well, maybe that's me, but in general, I would. I've seen, for example, many games between him and Jan Krzysztof Duda. He was usually beating Jan Krzysztof, because Jan was always trying to do something, and Wesley was just collecting. So from my perspective, Wesley has a perfect style for KO system, though I don't know what was his results in previous editions. If we have a stats, we could have a look.
Yes, definitely. Soon we will see the stats of Wesley So. But Wesley hasn't really been performing really well in the World Cup. So I don't know. Well, he started the World Cup on the second round. And his first 3 games against Emre Can was losing for him. And he managed to bounce back though and then win the tiebreak.
So before we have a stats, we can have a look what happened in this game. It was Berlin, but anti-Berlin, because Jules Moussard, the French player, didn't enter the complications. And Bishop C6, I think nowadays it's considered to be one of the most challenging ways for to play against Berlin, to go to this anti-Berlin and capture, because it usually gives some game, because the structure is not balanced. You still has to decide if you exchange the pawns in the center one day or not. You can try to attack this pawn. You can try to. There are some plans with f4, like actually I remember some classic game by Vichy when he played castle, king h1 and knight g1 f4 in some structure. I really love that idea, but it depends on which position we do have. And here I can't remember the theory, although queen d6 seems to be something maybe surprising, because we see Jules has just 50 minutes, so he must have been surprised by Wesley, and he reacted well. I mean, b4 is a move. You have to be very brave to go b4 at this stage. But what's the point? If you take, it's what, c4 and d4, or d4 immediately?
Or you can play bishop b2 actually. Bishop b2 and then d4. Oh, d4 immediately is also, I think, a pleasant choice.
Yeah, but d4, okay, you cannot take because of the fork, that's the point. But what happens after knight e4, I am not sure. Because we would love to play rook e1, but there is actually the bishop, so we cannot go that. So I don't know what was the maybe c3. C3 was his intention, because if he goes bishop a5, then bishop a3 can be unpleasant, and it's probably a serious compensation here with this bishop. And if bishop comes back, then d4 is winning something. So that was very interesting decision, and Wesley wasn't happy about that. I mean about taking. But here I don't know if it's so good for black. Actually, because knight c4 is coming, this bishop is slightly... Okay, it's always debatable if you should put this bishop here, but from all those boring positions from this opening, this one looks really tempting for white. Yeah, if I would have known I can get this position with my game against Donchenko, I would immediately go for that in a classical game to reach this position. It looks really inviting.
Yeah.
Knight d7, a3, f6. This is what Wesley did, and. Jules is actually a very interesting player.
Yeah,
because,
he is.
He for quite some time he wasn't that rated that high. But over last, I don't know, over 3-4 years, he became a stable player around 2650 and a member of the French team. Well, and he keeps this rating for quite some time. So. He surely can create many problems to Wesley. Even when I said that it's impossible to create any problems for Wesley. Right,
and Jules is also helping MVL from time to time at the various tournaments, and I think that's collaboration is quite fruitful for both of them. And before we move on to the women's section, Mateusz, I think it is our cue right now to take our first break. And don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will be back after this short break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Still with me, Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel. So during the break, we've been seeing so many good developments also in the women's section. And now we will take a look at the first board of the women's section, that is Fatalieva Ulvia versus our women's world champion, Ju Wenjun.
I would be much more happy to see instead of Ulvia my compatriot Monika Sochko.
Yeah.
She lost the match in a previous round. And actually that's very unfortunate because Monika once was able to kick out the white champion at the time. Sorry, I forgot the name. The Chinese legend who quit chess.
Sijun or Zuchen?
No, the
Oh, Hou Yifan.
yeah, sorry. She quit chess, so I forgot her name. Yeah, but a few years back, Monika was able to beat Hou Yifan in tiebreaks, and I thought the story can repeat because if Monika would beat Ulvia, she would play Ju Wenjun, the current world champion.
Yes.
But it didn't happen, unfortunately, and it's Ulvia, the local hero, who plays with Ju, and it's a bit tricky for me. I am actually extremely surprised that Ju decided to participate here after a tense match, and I think her opening choice shows that she is trying to have an easy game. She wants to maybe rest a bit or something after the match. She even I listened to the interview she gave yesterday for the FIDE website for the FIDE press office, and she told she's
fine, right?
She's fine, but she's still trying to recover. That was my feeling.
She said that she had 1 week for a good rest, and she's actually very looking forward to be playing here, and it's
but can
her
you
love
rest
and
in
patience.
7 days after such a match?
You can hardly do so.
And she chose this Tarrasch variation, which some players calls a new Berlin after d4, because this is like in Berlin we have this end game which is a nightmare for white players, and this is another end game very, very popular on top level, which is kind of a nightmare, because I mean it's another position which ages ago would be called white is significantly better with 2 bishops and risk-free position, but engines showed that it's nothing special. You can easily hold it, and people are choosing it with black and make draw convincingly, and here I would be surprised to see any other result than draw, but women are always more combative than men, and they are not happy to make draws. I mean, I've seen so many end games which theoretically should end in a draw, but both players try to do something, and then
we have some decisive result.
Usually. I mean, by percentage, woman makes much less draws. So even in this position, already placing a bishop on b1 seems a bit
suspicious, maybe.
A bit suspicious, exactly. Of course, it's still a very equal position, but from that we somehow can produce a game, yes, because black still has to develop the pieces. But if black would be able to, I don't know, play bishop d6, king e7, rook d8, then white pieces are, well, sorry for that, are not doing that well. Here rook a1 and bishop b1, it can be tricky, but of course, if white wants to make a draw, she can take a pawn on e4, and it should be probably just draw. So this is the opening, which, though once I've seen a game, I think it was Mamedjarov Duda or Duda Mamedjarov. I think it was Mamedjarov Duda who ended in some fierce battle in this endgame, which was very surprising. So you can produce something even in this so-called boring endgame.
I see. Yeah. So even though this looks a bit too quiet, too peaceful, but it's still a 3-result game that we can expect from this match between Fatalieva versus Ju Wenjun. And soon we can see on the screen the stats of Ju Wenjun.
And there is no doubt that she's a favorite of this tournament. She already... I played with her in a round-robin tournament in Prague 2020, and well, I can just assure that she is just a very, very strong player with many skills in different kind of positions. I think I wouldn't be surprised if she would have won here, but as we already said in the male section, that it's extremely hard to prove anything in a KO tournament.
Yes, exactly. And here we go. Ju Wenjun from China has played 7 times and
with good results.
Very good result, yeah. She's always making good result. The worst one only 2008 and 15, and she got knocked out by Stevanova and Pogonina, 2 strong players from Bulgaria and Ukraine respectively. And the last World Cup that she played, it was 2018. She won it in the final against Katerina Lagno, who got knocked out yesterday in the tiebreak. Oh, she didn't play tiebreak. She played tiebreak, but not as long as her husband Krzysztof.
Yeah, that was a very sad day for that couple. Yeah, to be eliminated, both being favorites in both
matches.
Both matches, but well. It is very tough. But Zhu confirms that she's just a very, very strong player, and well, I think she is maybe just clearly the best player now in the world if Hui Fan is not playing. It's very difficult for other players to compete with her, especially that after match she also has very good preparation. It was even Anish Giri who I think he tweeted or something, or he gave an interview.
It was Anish, I remember the tweet, yes.
Yeah, that he claimed that the preparation of the
Women's World Championship match,
was on a very, very high level. Partly, I'm not surprised because one of the 2 seconds was my good friend Pentala Harikrishna, and if you appoint such a player with enormous knowledge, of course, it can really help your chess, your preparation, and that's why she can still keep many interesting lines from that preparation in this event. The only question is if she is able to show her best being tired, because I cannot imagine anything else that she is tired. That's unless she has some great physical preparation, running marathons every week or something, but well, it's very, very tough. That's always surprising for those people who doesn't play chess, but we both know how demanding it is, and KO system is even more demanding because whatever I mean, you cannot expect anything, and especially after every tiebreak you are older for several years, so you have to be prepared physically, mentally, and everything. So that's what can be against Zhu here, that she is after very emotionally difficult match, and if she would be able to win it, it would be just, in my opinion, enormous achievement.
Yes, and I mean, such matches is very hard. It's physically demanding. I mean, for chess players, we know, it's every single game it takes lots of calories of your body, and of course, there's some emotional baggage too. Depending on your previous result, you may or may not bring it to the next games, but it cannot be helped. So, physical preparation is a very integral part of a chess player. And also, we forgot to mention luck. We need luck in this type of KO format, and pretty much in every tournament. You might have a good preparation, you might have a good performance, but somehow you might lose in the tiebreak with only half point or 1 point difference, and there is your luck.
I was joking, although I don't want to put it that way, because I've lost my match on the board, not anywhere else. but after 3 rounds of tiebreaks, there was this 3+2 only one game.
Right.
And before the game, it was this draw of lots, who plays white, who has black, and I got black. I wouldn't mind normally to play black. It's a color. I mean, I can play white, I can play black, but all games were won by white in our match, in our tiebreak. Yeah, so if it's 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, and I get black, you know, normally I would say, okay, it's just a blitz game, so who cares about the color? But if you have like 6
some history is there, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So you mentioned luck, so I thought, okay, it's not really a luck, yeah. But who knows? Maybe with white, if I manage to win the 3 previous games, maybe it would be just this a little factor which could help. So yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, there is no winner of the cup system who has no luck.
Exactly.
Well, the last winner of the open section, Jan Krzysztof Duda, he managed to beat many strong players. I mean, Carlsen, he managed to beat Karjakin in final. Earlier he beat Vidit. But before that he played Girschuk and he was on the verge of losing. He was very, very close to be eliminated in round 3 or something like that. So one has to have a lot of luck to, or maybe not a lot, but in that important
moments, you don't have to have all the lucks every game or every single move, but only in the important moment when you really need it, when the luck comes in, there you go. And also in the women's section, in the 2021 World Cup in Sochi, I would say that this is a little different luck to what we saw before. Usually you have these lucks in the tiebreak and so on, but Alexander Kostyuk won the 2021 World Cup, Women's World Cup, without any tiebreak. So this is kind of like a luck itself, because when other players are still competing on the tiebreak days, she practically has another extra day to rest and prepare for the next match.
Yeah, of course. As you already said, in this format, every detail can help. So if you have more energy, it's extremely useful. It is interesting what would have happened if at later stage she would be forced to play tiebreak without any preparation before, because she wouldn't be warm up.
She won the tiebreak yesterday, though.
Yeah, I know, but I mean in this previous tournament, if you just don't play any tiebreaks and suddenly you have to play, that can be tricky.
Challenging too.
Yeah, exactly. I think there was a World Cup when it was called World Championship, when Rustam Kasimjanov won. It was Libya 2004, I think.
Yeah, Tripoli.
And he beat Topalov at some point. But before that, Topalov had he won 3 or 4 matches to 0 and one point half to half. So he was demolishing everybody, and suddenly someone put some resistance and eliminated.
Put a stop to Topalov.
Yes. So I mean, you can play very, very well, but it was the other matches. You have to show you have to keep the level for all rounds remaining. Yeah,
and Bishop E7 is on the board. Just, I think, a very natural move, developing, and Rook will come out soon, or...
Yeah, maybe she just wants to calmly put King on F7, Rook on D8, and everything is just very logical. But, okay, she can also, I don't know, maybe more brave players would go to B6, but it's probably too much. I would rather put it to F7 and keep the equal position. But okay, there are some nuances here. Maybe it's not so easy to say in a blink of an eye where the king should be placed, because it's not such an easy position, though. Normally such positions we see with a king being early short castled and somewhere on F7, yes. So it would be pretty normal position if let's say Rook would be here and king here, then we would say, oh, it's a pretty normal position. But here we say, oh, it's a bit untypical, but probably it's all about equality.
Yeah. And what about if white taking twice on E4 here, Mateusz?
well, then it's very close to a draw. I think you can take it. Probably even now that this bishop is not.
It's not hanging.
Is not hanging. So
Yeah.
let's say this. The rook protects the bishop, so we don't worry about that. And this is probably. Okay, probably more than one idea, but you can even give a pawn like this. And actually here white should be careful probably.
Yeah, but white should be careful.
Because rook is
d2.
coming to c2 and the pawn does not matter. And also white king will be weaker, so king, I don't know, let's say this, and now, well, you probably have to give the pawn someone, but okay, it can be very really challenging, yes, because I put the bishop here, I come with the king somehow, and you have to be careful. So maybe that's what can create problems in the future for white, because if she, let's say, sees this position and she sees that it can be challenging, then she will be hesitating from taking on e4. And when you don't take on e4, you don't know maybe what to do, yeah, because okay, you can play bishop e3, but then you didn't take this pawn, yeah, you have to do it somewhere later. And also, let's imagine we just trade those pieces, knight for a bishop. Maybe black will be later able to advance the pawns, get some slight space advantage. Also, the d5 square can be later very useful for the knight. Yes, if we play b4, knight goes somewhere, we play knight d5. Well, it should never be better for black, but white already did some questionable things, and maybe in a longer perspective, well, those are positions when weaker, and I'm sorry for Udvia, but she's probably weaker than Ju, judging by rating and for, previous results. Usually in such positions, when a weaker player tries to be too creative, it can be the beginning of problems. I've lost many games like that with stronger opponents. I wanted to show that I know something. It turned out that I know nothing, and they really take the advantage of such well, silly mistakes, let's say.
I see. Well, yes, I agree. Experiences do humble you, right, in many times and many moments of the games. And I think we can move on to the second board, and we have on the second board Alexandra Gorechkina taking on the current Asian Women's Champion Divya Desmukh. Divya is very young still, 17 years old, and obviously the bright future of Indian women's chess. And there you go, on the camera we see Gorechkina playing with white pieces and Divya with black pieces.
Well, that won't be an easy adventure for Gorechkina. The same as in, let's say, open section in general in chess. Divya is a young Asian player,
yes.
So already a very, very, very difficult opponent.
Dangerous and motivated. Yeah.
And motivated, exactly. And she already had, well, even I know this name for quite some time, so she must be very talented. I am not following Asian chess so much, but I know her very, I mean, I've seen her on some events. And the rating difference, of course, it says much, but it won't be easy. Of course, we have to praise Alexandra Gorechkina, who is a unique player. She's actually playing very positional chess, I would say.
Positional.
Yeah, she's
typical Soviet legacy.
Yeah, one could say that, but she differs from other women players. She's not always looking for some attacks or some complications, which quite often is a trademark for many women. Many, I think, many female players wanted to play like Judith Polgar,
Right.
so CD the king and made it, and Judith was fantastic in doing it, of course, but we've seen less players with pure positional style. That's what is, I think, quite well known. And Alexandra is very, very good at doing it. I've seen some of her games at important women events, like FIDE Grand Prix, for example.
Right.
And quite often her games are like nothing special, play, 1-0. And that's really part of her style. She's just not making anything special, but she's just stubborn, she's just patient, she just waits for her chance, and then she grabs it. So it is very difficult to play, and that's very good style, especially when your opponent wants to do something. Yeah, you just play logical moves, you just don't do anything wrong, and your opponent does the job for you. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Alexandra has a very typical style. The way of her playing is just a bit different compared to other my female fellow players. And what I can see is that, like what you said, just play, giving so many options actually for the opponents to play. And because there are so abundant of choices, sometimes you get confused, right? There's too many choices which one to take, and having too many choices is sometimes not a good thing, because that,
no, it's always bad thing.
Yeah, but I mean, usually when you play with a straightforward style, you have, you don't give your opponent any choice, but okay, this is like one straightforward style, and then there's only one way to reply to it, and then it's kind of like force, and the games would be, I think, would be very tactically finishing very quickly, but not with Goretzkina. She has this distinguished style that is going to make you feeling confused actually during the game.
We can even see it now that that's for sure. Alexandra didn't choose the most challenging line. I mean, it's again this Neo-Catalan and the D4. And here, of course, there is nothing really special for white, although some theoretical experts may not agree with me, because I'm not so much familiar with those structures. But the resulting position, which we have now, it even, well, I wouldn't be surprised if it's slightly worse for white, but I just see the clock. I just see that white has more than 1 hour, Divya has 30 minutes less. We just made only 13 moves, so it's severe time trouble now for black, yes. To put it mildly, and we have all pieces on the board, so I wouldn't be surprised if in 7 moves Divya would have 5 minutes, and something is starting to happening, but sorry, you cannot compete with 5 minutes in a complex position. So I think this even if objectively fine, this is practically maybe even on the verge of losing, I would say, because it's the tension will come and black will be running out of time. So what Divya is doing is extremely wrong. You should just play something and save your time, because the time trouble is
It's coming soon.
Yeah, it's around the corner.
Yeah, and Divya has to make 27 moves in order to get the bonus time control, and it's not an easy task to do, because as you mentioned, like, we still have all the pieces on the board, only one pawn gets exchanged, and Goretzkina has 30 minutes time advantage, so it's huge for this type of position.
Yeah, that's many players finds it hard to play a move when the position, as you mentioned, offers a lot of choices. Yes, because many players want to be perfect. They
Right.
want to play perfect game. They want to play a game without mistakes. They want to have 100% accuracy with engine or something like that. But in reality, it's much better to play just the second, third, fourth choice, just not to make blunders, just to be unpleasant for your opponent, create them those questions, yes, because if you make a move and your opponent then has to think this, or this,
Right.
you create those problems which was created for you. But if you want to go too deep, it's very, very risky, and because you won't solve this position now until the end. It's
Right.
impossible to predict next 10 moves, yes. What you do, you should predict the next 2-3 moves and just go for it, yes.
go
And
for it,
even
yes.
if it's bad, I mean, if it can't be too bad because this position is just normal, yeah. You can, I don't know, without thinking, let's say you go bishop f5, yeah, you
yeah.
just developed it.
Rook e8
Or okay,
anything.
that's actually a very bad move. Actually, we
Oh, there's
shall-
knight e5.
because because this and this
Has to
is
come back
hanging.
to
Yeah.
c8.
So maybe
probably.
we discovered why she is thinking. So maybe it's tougher than we expected. But if you see a move which is not blundering anything, then you should go for it because well, otherwise you won't survive too long. Yeah.
Yeah. So probably the immediate threat in this position is that white wants to take on d4, taking twice, and then the bishop on e7.
Okay,
is
so
hanging.
we play rook e8. Let's say what's wrong if we play rook e8? We just protect it, yeah, because just show that after this you have to calculate this because this bishop is hanging. Yes. Okay, maybe it's good, maybe it's not, but that's what you mentioned as a threat. Yeah. So let's say we just protect. Actually, that's kind of automatic move, and then you see, yeah. But to be honest, I don't believe in DVR chances. That will be very, very tough for her.
And she has taken up almost 26 minutes for the coming move, and she hasn't played it. 26 minutes for a move, it's a lot, right, Mateusz?
Yeah. I was always a player who is very happy to play versus opponent's clock. In my, let's say, heydays, if they ever have happened, I was always trying to play quick and to give my opponents choices. That was always helping because I was never a very precise player, but I was trying to be very nasty. I mean, like if I can play quick, especially if your opponent thinks 26 minutes and then you play immediate move and he has to think again, that's really helping. Yeah.
Right.
Because I've seen so many great, fantastic players who were very bad at their time management, that they couldn't perform at half of their strengths because all the time they were in time trouble, and well, they call it illness, and it's really just illness if you
Chess
cannot deal
illness.
with chess management. Yes.
Yes.
Because well, no one is even Grishuk, who is
Right.
well known from playing in time trouble. He says that quote, like, what do you expect from a player with 30 seconds? That's the reality. Yeah, I mean, if you are on 30 seconds, okay, you can play good, but most likely you will sooner or later do something stupid. So that's it.
Yeah, so a good chess player is not only good with their moves, but also they have to be good with their time management. And rook e8 is on the board, and I wonder how much time Gorchukina will be taking to reply to this rook e8.
Yeah, but if Alexandra would just play an immediate move now, like even not very strong, it would put enormous pressure on Divya. Yeah. So if you see just a decent move, you should play it and to make her thinking again. Because if she would be down to 5 minutes very soon, and I believe it's very likely, then it's very, very tough to play. Although I think black's position is pretty fine. If you have enough time, you should handle it pretty easily. But yeah, it's a very, very demanding position, and with this little time on the clock, Yeah, even Asian player can find it difficult.
Yeah, so meanwhile we can take a look at the stats of Alexandra Gorchakina.
She was rated 2600 not a long time ago.
At
I
some
think.
point, yes, but she drops back to 2500. And in
Ooh,
2021,
so regular.
yeah, so she has played 4 times, and the last World Cup, 2021 in Sochi, she lost in the final against Alexandra Kostyniuk.
But she's still quite young, yes?
She is. I think she's barely 20 or...
No.
Let me double check that.
I would bet 23 or something like that.
Something
but
like that. 24 in fact, yeah. She's 24 years old.
24, so the last World Cup she was only 21 and she was in a final, and before she was just very, very young.
Yeah.
So it's actually her second World Cup when she is adult.
That's true.
So she's just writing her history, and I also believe that she has a very good style for this kind of tournament. Yeah. Because it's
she's very solid.
Exactly. She is patient. She can, I think, also play well with the shorter time control, and yeah, I think this is those qualities I believe are very, very demanded in this system. So yeah, I think that she can make it really far.
Yep. Let's move on to the next board. It's Indian Pride, a very experienced grandmaster, Conor Humpy, taking on Olga Badelka. What's your take on the position?
Yeah, I like Black's position. Actually, Conor is another positional player.
Yes, she is.
I told that there are very few players who are purely positional in the woman world stop, but Humpy is definitely one of those players. Well, and she was at some point really. Well, she and Hui Fan they were the strongest players. But then I think she gave birth to her child. Yeah, if I remember.
Yeah, she was one of the few female players who hit 2600.
Yeah, yeah, but that's why her rating dropped. Yes, because she was 2600 for a long time. But then she, she almost quit chess, yes, for quite some time. She didn't play, but she's
for about
back.
2 years or something. Yeah.
But now she is back, and of course, she's enormously strong, and if she's motivated enough, she also can be very successful at this format. And this is a very good position for Black because surprisingly, Black is enjoying this space advantage. And I'm not so sure what White wants to, because this bishop is very vulnerable here. And this is very questionable because, I mean, whenever you go, I just take, and this will be probably a weakness. Also, c3 can be a case at some point, yes, if you open like knight somewhere can go jump here if the position opens. And even b5. I'm not sure if if it was needed at this point. You can maybe wait, but yeah, what she wants, maybe she wants to put a rook at some point. If let's say b5, if we take, then this is weak. Then c file is potentially weak. The b4 is also weak, yes, because rook c8, bishop f8, knight c6, and goodbye. Yes, so that's a very demanding position. And if you go c5, then probably a file will decide. I don't know, maybe rook a7, rook e8, and there is some pressure on over a file. It should be very unpleasant. You have a5 square, but I don't know if it's so important. And yeah, I don't like White's position at all. You can at some point go f4, but probably it's not so good. Yeah, so I think Black is just better and much better.
I agree. Yeah, I think black is just sitting comfortably in this position. B5 may or may not be played at this point, but Conor chose to play it right away, maybe trying to clarify the position as well, trying to fix the situation around the queen side. So maybe after this she will divert the attention to the king side. That is possible. We never know what's on her mind. And meanwhile, soon we will see the stats of Conor Humpy on the screen.
No, she must have been successful. I don't know, but we still have the position. I think white probably should go c5, even if it's bad, and then trying to make some mess on the king side, because I mean, it's very difficult to play this position just waiting. So I would probably I would surely consider this. Okay, maybe you can go f4 immediately also, but then I wouldn't be so sure what is happening here. But anyway, white has to look for something. Actually, that wouldn't be surprising if Olga Badelka would play f4 immediately, because her last move was with a clear intention of playing f4 and creating some mess. And that's actually the area where Badelka can look for her chances to play something maybe not very good, but something what won't be
imbalance.
To look for some imbalance, because in a calm play probably Conor should be stronger. In some chaotic positions, I think Badelka has every chance to make a surprise.
And just quick intermezzo. Last night, well, what are you doing right in the hotel for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or even for myself later it's going to be 4 weeks. Usually at such an event you try to find some social life with your friends and so on, or probably I like to do my walk as well, just to
with Ray Robson.
But also I played ping pong last night, and Olga Badelka was also in around us. We also play some ping pong with the Indian prodigies, Nihal Sarin, Pragnananda, Arjun. Ray was also there, and also another strong women's player, Polina Shuvalova. So we're trying to make something out of all these dull routines. Like they're playing, I'm commentating, but also ping pong is one of the ways to.
In good old days, chess players were enjoying playing cards. Yes.
Cards.
The old Soviet school was always about playing some cards all nights. Okay, there were some other activities which shouldn't be mentioned probably, but but also we have to mention that the tournaments were extremely long.
Yes.
Now we have World Cup long for some, but at that time the round-robin tournaments lasted months, like 22 players, 21 rounds, and with several free days, with postponed games, and so adjourned games. So it was completely, and also we were
with the silt move, Arjun.
And also you were traveling for tournament like 2 weeks, because
you have to adjust to the environment.
So completely different world and completely different things. But as you mentioned, this social life was also very important. Not to get crazy during tournaments, because at some point you just you brief chess anyway all the time, so sometimes it's very important, and some people forget about it, to give yourself a break, to think about something different, to close your eyes and not see bishops, knights and rooks, but just a ball, tennis ball or football or whatever, just something different which allows you to relax.
Right, and we will see soon on the screen the stats of Conor Humpy, the one that I already promised before. We will pull it up very soon. And well, her opponent is thinking, Conor Humpy has played 7 times.
I suspected that she might have been successful, and that's not too bad to reach the final 3 times and win it once.
And her best result was in 2010, but unfortunately got eliminated by Ho Yifan in the final.
Oh,
Yeah.
I find it surprising. I didn't know that my good friend and compatriot Jolanta beat her in 2018.
Yeah, that must be.
Jolanta, congratulations! I just know it. I just discovered after 5 years.
Yeah, it was for sure a very amazing achievement by Jolanta, knocking out Conor Humpy in one of the Women's World Championship that time.
Jolanta was not playing here, unfortunately,
Mhm.
but her partner, longtime partner Dimitrios Mastrovasilis, played it, and she had a very difficult time because he had 2 tie breaks.
That's true.
In the first round, he had some heartbreaking tie break with Felix Bloberger from Austria,
Yeah,
and yesterday he lost a very close match with Vidit. So
yeah.
I think Jolanta would prefer to be here and play instead of watching it from home and being so nervous. It's sometimes so much easier to play
Yeah.
than to follow, especially
Exactly. Yeah, when
loved one.
when you have someone that's close to your heart playing, and then you just keep an eye on what they're doing, and especially in a tiebreak. And when you cannot actually access them like physically, because you are so far away, you're on different countries. Sometimes, the nervous and everything.
My wife couldn't stand the tension yesterday. She's a grandmaster too.
Yes, I know, Marta.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And at some point, she decided to go to some playground with our son, not to watch. Anyway, people were sending her pictures of the position, so she couldn't get rid of it. But she told, okay, that's too much for her.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, I think we can move on to the next board. It's Mary-Ann Gomez versus Salimova Nurgül, and Mary-Ann also made quite an upset in round 2, knocking out Katrina Lahno, one of the rating favorites.
I think this is a player from a slightly different generation of Asian players, much more experienced, and many times Indian champion, if I remember. Yeah,
Yes.
Maybe record. She keeps some record of victories. Am I right? Okay, we don't know.
We don't know yet. but she's been always in the national team for many times. She's quite actually a veteran in that sense, because Indian players, they just regenerate faster and faster,
Yes.
compared to other countries.
But now she is in a huge danger. She plays with Nurgül Salimova, who is a Bulgarian player. Of course, the chess tradition in Bulgaria are pretty good, having both Antoaneta Stefanova and Veselin Topalov. But lately, it wasn't that great, not so many stars, but Nurgül is a young player. I think she's not 20 yet. Maybe she's
I think she's
18.
Exactly 20.
She is 20. But she already has this 2400 rating for several years. I've seen her playing in Radzikowska Memorial, the women event in Poland, and so I know her a bit. And now she created a very nasty trap of mate in one, which is not very pleasant.
It's not pleasant at all.
Actually, this position is probably just lost. I am wondering what went wrong. Oh my God. So
she allowed that, yeah?
Actually, I was suffering yesterday in similar structures with Alexander Donchenko, and I know that they might be tricky, but here something went completely wrong for White, because now she was a bit too slow. Usually this is a nice position when you already have a bishop on b2 and you play some move like rook c1, and here her dynamics was not very good, and already here we see that something went wrong.
Right.
Because if you are forced to play any move like g3, I mean, at some point you have to admit something went wrong, but it's the most difficult thing in chess, yes, to admit, oh, I wasn't wrong, I wasn't correct, I should make something stupid. It looks very, very odd, but it's much better than what she did, because she wanted to prove that everything is under control, and after knight d4, this is just lost. It's just, I mean, you can't imagine worse position like positionally, yes, because this is a very weak square. Bishop is just limited by the pawn, and I mean, it's just a question of few precise moves. I don't know, rook e4, rook e8, attacking the pawn, the knight on e2. It's
a pleasant position for black.
The only problem is that sometimes black player, better side, let's say, in similar structures want to act too quick. You should not, because you are just better because you are better. Yes, so you just improve your pieces, and at some point your opponent won't be able to cover all weaknesses, because this is weak. This diagonal is weak, this pawn can be weak, you have better pieces. You can just squeeze your opponent. You don't have to give a immediate mate, like, I don't know, g5 or something like that. Why should you go for something like this? Yes, you just improve your pieces, and at some moment your opponent should be unable to cover all those holes which are there, because it's a way too much of weak squares, and sooner or later it will be decided.
Over, I guess,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just like the saying, just keep calm and play chess.
but well, it's actually not long time ago. I've seen some stream or something where a Polish streamer suggested what is the difference between him and me. He is like 2000 level or something like that, or 2200. That he was surprised that in some position I played just calm moves instead of making some significant decisions, and that's what is pretty important. Yes, that some players on weaker level, they want to act immediately. They see better position. I want to do something, but it's all in chess. It's all about the exact moments. Yes, you don't. If you have to find exact moves in this moment, you should do that. But if not, you can just improve and so on.
Yes.
There is this rule. I think younger players hate, which is do not rush. Yes, if you have a better position, do not rush. Just build your because you can win many games just by keeping your advantage. Yes, because your opponent will be fed up with the position, just want to I will do something just to win, and then loses quicker. Yes, and this is one of those positions. Just improve your position, put your pieces on exact squares, and you will win the game.
Yep. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do at chess, doing nothing. But, well, it's not really nothing because you're improving. But to be patient, not to act crazily just because your position is good, your position is pleasant, and then you're thinking that you're required to act immediately, which is wrong, right? You're required some patience here to keep going with the game, keep going with the flow, because do not rush anything,
I am always impressed, and this is what I love about Magnus' game most, is that he always knows where to put his pieces and take maximum of them. So in such position, he will never do something extremely quick unless, well, something strange happens, but he will, you can usually see the difference between this is, let's say, position A and position B, that in the meantime, suddenly all his pieces improved, sometimes significantly, sometimes not, but always he finds best spot for his pieces. And when, I mean, there is no, let's say, room for any improvement because he improved everything, then logically he looks for some decisive shot. And that sounds simple, but I've seen a million games of Magnus perform that way, which is, of course, simple only when you've seen it, because during the game you think, okay, should I put it here? Should I put it here? You never know, and you waste your time, you are in the time trouble, and, well,
and as we know, Magnus has this kind of trademark, just squeezing something out of rock. And rook e4 is on the board, or rook e3. Rook e3 is on the board.
Yeah, rook e3, which is, well, that's not a bad move, but somehow rook e4 looked better because you cannot move your knight, you control all the squares, and this is like the move which is, I don't know what she really wants with that move, but okay, it cannot be too bad too. I mean, the next move is rook e8 from A, and black is just on the verge of winning, and that's it. So it was changed by one inaccurate move.
Yeah, unfortunately for Marianne Gomez. Okay, we can move on to the next board before we take our next break. It's between Alexandra Kostyniuk versus Teodora Injak.
I think it's Iñac.
Iñac.
I would bet she's Serbian.
She's Serbian, yeah, for sure, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, she's a partner of Sanal Vahab.
I have no idea.
That would be my guess. So they are extremely successful. Actually, Sanal Vahab drew his game with Anton Korobov very quickly.
So we have one result there in the open section.
Yeah, Sanal Vahab Korobov, it was very dull game in exchanged French, and that's the only finished game so far in the open section. And in the ladies section, there is nothing finished. But if you don't mind, I would like to go to your compatriot. Can we do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because it seems that Aulia Medina Warda is having...
Looking like a winning position.
Exactly. So that's...
Wow, that's a very pleasant position for
2-4-6,
black.
2-4-6. But that what matters is the position of the king, yes, which is placed very wrong. And also we can evaluate this position by activity of the rooks. Both rooks are completely misplaced when the game is now on in the center, yes. Also, white would be happy to castle, but then the pawn falls. So, yeah, what went wrong? That we have 25 moves, and Alina Bivol is totally lost.
And black also has the time advantage on the clock.
Okay, that it doesn't begin like a horror, yeah. But okay, A4. So this is. It should be quite a calm game, and suddenly something started to happen here. G4, probably premature, and a very nice counter-attack by Aulia. Yeah, and already here we see that it's very, very promising position. So all the problems of Alina Bivol started here, yeah? She played G4, anti-positional move, the F4 square is very important in that positions. I mean, she might have played whatever, yeah, maybe even G3 just to take the... Although this B5 idea is very unpleasant, so probably you should prepare against this, yeah. Maybe somewhere here she might play differently, because C3 move is very responsible one, yeah.
Right.
This is so much different position with pawn on C2, which is just allowing you to... Maybe it was even better to stick to F4 plan, yeah.
Right.
Because if castle, if you go castle, white plays F4 with this bishop, with F5, maybe that's just over, yeah.
Yeah. Most of her matches, I think we can see from the previous games as well, like when her opponent offer push like this, because G4 is quite suspicious, I would say, in this position. Like you can have another type of strategy or plans that white could carry on, and Medina could pull it out very quickly, giving like a very good counter attack. That happened too with the game against Sarah Sadat Kademal Saria. I think Sarah was a little bit overpushed there, and this is when Medina stepped in and tried to punish her opponent.
Well, I had some experience having some training session with some women grandmasters, and what is quite common that women quite often they want to attack, but they also don't really want to think about plans of the opponent. They want, like, I think that it was exactly here what Alina did. She's seen G4 and she says, okay, I will mate her. And that's partly true, because you are about to give mate, but then you have to be ready for B5. It would be perfect plan here if she would have pawn on C2, let's say long castle, yes? Okay, in this position, yes? If the king would be safer, that's pretty okay, yeah.
Yes.
But you have to think also that there is an opponent, yes. And quite often, I mean, in order to mate, you just convince yourself, okay, nothing will happen, I will mate it, yeah. And you have to stop this this thinking, because it doesn't help. It is really, really difficult. But yeah, that's the fact that ladies wants to mate. I mean, it's Judith's fault. Yeah, she showed that attack is so good. Yeah, sometimes I mean, I would consider g4 as well. I'm for sure. I also like to go for such moves. But then when you see b5, it's extremely risky and you can lose, and I lost so many games too because I am also over optimistic. But it's just b5, and it's just changing the evaluation. And as you said, Aulia is very good at using those over pushes by opponents. Yes, and this is just very, very convincing play by her. She got good chances, and yeah, very simple. Black didn't make anything special, yes, and that yet position is completely winning. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, be careful there. Yeah, because
Would it be her biggest success in the World Cup, going to this round number 3?
Yes, it is already quite a history for because none of the Indonesian players, including myself, has gone through the round 3 of the World Cup. So I can assume that after this game, assuming that this is a winning position for Black, and she's looking like a lot of winning it, like there's a very good chance of Black is winning it, and on the next game she will be playing with white pieces, so she has a lot of advantage there.
Yeah, but this is always tricky in this KO system. Yeah, you win with Black, you think, okay, then now white, I will play calmly, but it's always, yeah, but I would also accept the pawn with the point with Black, why not? Yeah, I think that nothing can go wrong now for Black. Yeah, I mean, it's just
exactly.
very, very promising, and like this is the position which plays by itself. Yeah, the king is in the center. The only thing that you shouldn't be too materialistic. Yeah, because if you just focus on collecting pawns, sometimes it can be not very useful. Yeah, it's much better to focus on the king on e1 and just decide the game by mating your opponent.
Yeah.
Because let's say white takes the pawn. Okay, you can take this pawn, but what for? You don't need it. Yeah, actually, it can be even wrong because you can open the h file. There is some not very realistic, but chance you will be mated too. Yeah, so you just put the rook here. You have both rooks in the center, and some mate will come at some stage. Like, you don't have to look for itself, it will just pop up on the board, yeah, at some point. Yeah, probably the e4 pawn will fall down at some moment. So it wouldn't be surprising if it will be the first decisive game of the day.
Yeah, it could be. It could be also. Well, both of them had pulled quite an upset in the previous round, and technically speaking, both are underdogs, and they met on this round, and then it's going to be very interesting match indeed. And
I am always wondering if we can talk about underdogs at this level. Yeah, because if someone made it to the round number 2, 3, I mean, he or she, depending on the event, already proved that is in a good form. Needed to beat someone strong on the way. Okay, unless you got a bye because someone didn't come, yeah, then your appearance may be surprising. But so far we didn't have any players who didn't play any matches. And then I mean, yeah, we see the ratings. We think they are underdogs because they beat someone strong. But in reality, I mean, if you played well, then we should treat you as the one who just plays well. And like one of my friends, Radek Wojtaszek, is playing today with player from Moldova, Sitko, who on the way beat Nijat Mamedov and Sam Shankland. So if someone was able to beat two grandmasters already, we shouldn't evaluate him by his rating, which is 2500. Yeah, I would say that it's not exactly a gift. Yeah, because he is motivated, he feels in shape, and you think, okay, 2500, I should beat him, but not so easy.
Not so easy, indeed. Yeah, very well put, Mateusz. And while we are going to get all the actions ready, like we're going to take a look at which games that we're going to see for the next ones, and probably focusing on the underdogs, as you said, and also focusing on the youngsters because they've been showing a very good performance in this World Cup. And yes, stay tuned, don't go anywhere. The battles will be continued.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back to the third hour of the first game of round 3, and things are heating up, and we will see soon on the screen what Mateusz just showed me during the break. It's a very fiery position between Peter Fiedler versus Jordan van Voorest. Dutch number 2 is indeed in trouble right now.
I am maybe not shocked, but impressed by Peter Fiedler. He says in every interview that he feels a bit rusty playing classical games, but yet he's performing extremely well. We should mention that after a long break, like he didn't play chess for 2 years or more than 1 year for sure, he was only commenting. He came to Malmo, he won the strong round robin, and now he easily made it to the round 3, beating 1 point half to half
against Abhimanyu Puranik.
Yeah, Puranik he beat, so young, okay, not extremely young, but still
young.
For Peter, surely young Indian player, and now he's playing one of the most interesting players on the globe, Jordan van Voorest, and this is just it. That's over. Although I must admit to the viewers, it wouldn't be so clear to me if not having an engine. Though engine claims white is completely winning, we will show why it is winning, but before we should quickly go through the game. It was Najdorf in a Sicilian defense, and the problem with Najdorf these days is that it is very good opening, but white has a lot of options to have a game, and that's very tricky, because if you come to the game, you have to prepare in this position. It wouldn't be too surprising if I would say 15 different lines, and all of them are possible, because we were joking quite some time back with friends, and on many streams you have seen that, I mean, this is the line, 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 this,
H3,
this, and this, all those moves were being played, and all of them has some venom in it, so it's very, very difficult to be prepared. And Peter actually, he went for an interesting line. Bishop g5 plus queen e2 is one of the not the main lines, but those playable lines, and here he went for h4, which made Jordan to think, which was probably the moment when he was on his own, and it's always challenging in the Sicilian sharp positions, everything can happen. And quickly the position got, well, it should be analyzed very deep, so it's very hard to say something, but rook h3 is very inspiring move. I mean, I always love such lifts, like you go rook h3 and somewhere, actually it landed on g3, and usually you attack in Sicilian g4, g5, to open lines. But what did Peter? He just put the rook in front of the pawn, He didn't need to put the pawn, didn't need to push the pawn further. He just put the rook on g3 and it's attacking. And well, but the position is probably balanced completely. It's impossible probably to predict who is better or not, but what Jeroen did, I'm sorry, Jordan, Jeroen is another common name in the Netherlands, but what Jordan did was castle. I mean, I've never played Sicilian myself, but I was always told you shouldn't make castle too early in Sicilian. And what Jordan did was just casting here, and he just forgot about options of the opponent. He just neglected them because he was pretty sure that this is not working. I mean, this attack, and actually it turns out that this bishop plus this is creating a lot of threats, but also what is very, very important, the next move of white. You cannot win the game with just few pieces. So what he did queen e3, queen joins the attack. Now the threat might be bishop f6 and queen h6. Jordan played c4, which is also very forced, because if we play this, and actually we are lost, yes, because we can also be mated here, yes. but it was very first line. Bishop takes g6, here, 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 and this is what white and black too predicted at this moment when that was castle. Yes, you have to assess the position after rook g6, and it turns out it's winning for white, which is not obvious because well, this is quite obvious. If you go king f7, queen h6, the threat is rook g7. If you go here, it's just here and
take the rook
and the capture. But when you go here, that's also not too difficult. You take the bishop, which was protecting the pawn. Rook e6, you win the queen. Well, for 2 rooks, but all those pawns will fall, so that the rest is probably very easy. But the crucial thing is that here, I thought there should be some mate, yes, but there is no mate. If you go here, there is this, and
just queen g5,
and maybe it's maybe just queen g, no, queen g5,
oh,
maybe rook f5.
Oh, rook f5, yeah, because rook g8, queen f6, yeah.
Yeah, rook f5. That's but you can maybe you can make it doing this first.
Nice.
Maybe this is also winning. This, and this. It can be actually also winning.
Right.
So this is one of the concepts. But the other thing is that you can maybe also just take the pawn, just a very brutal way, because then you are just preparing this check and or check on h6 or whatever. Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
3 pawns for the bishop, and you are just attacking. So it seems it will be another very convincing game by Peter. And we shouldn't forget, I don't know if we have stats of Peter, but this guy has enormous talent for playing World Cups. He had fantastic results.
Yes.
He won at least once.
And then be in the final twice.
Yeah, but once he lost heartbreaking final with Sergei Karyakin when he won the first 2 games, and later was completely fine, or maybe completely winning in a game number 3. But I don't know what makes Peter playing so well in this system, apart of the fact that he is a fantastic player, because that's obvious. But he has something there that he always plays good in important tournaments like that. Yeah. He also did quite well in the candidates whenever he played. He never won it, yeah, but it's very hard
always
to win candidates.
Yeah.
But he was always there, and I always remember the candidates in London. It was 2000, if I am not wrong, 13, when he won the last game with Magnus with black, almost stopping Magnus from qualifying to the championship, which he later won with Vichy. So. Peter is a unique player, and if he can make it so, or even farther than this round, being put it realistically, an amateur player these days, yes, because, well, I mean, he's it's not a joke. I mean, he's a commentator.
Yes.
Yeah, it's his full-time job now.
And Fischer even called him a veteran now.
Yeah, both. Well, I am being called by the president of my federation veteran also. So, and I am 38. He is 47 or something. Yeah. So there is a lot of veterans these days, especially when we see the guys like Gukesh.
Right.
Maybe we should even go to his board.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, let's do that. And meanwhile, I think the game between Peter Spiller versus Jordan is going to be the first decisive result of today, because we have actually other results. Ray Robson drew against Abdullah Gadimbaili. Sorry,
Yeah, Abdullah Gadimbaili.
Yeah,
and
pronouncing these names is a bit hard. And
also Le Quang drew with
Ponomaryov, yes, and we know that Sanal drew against Korbov earlier on.
Ponomaryov must be extremely happy to draw this game, because Le Quang is a very strong player, and also we have to remember that Ruslan, former world champion, had a very tough match yesterday with Dmitry Kolarz.
Right.
He won after, I think, many games. I can't remember how many, but it was a tough match.
It was a tough tiebreak.
So if you can make an easy draw with black the next day after such a tiebreak, it's just like a gift.
Just wanting to have a rest before the next one. And tomorrow, Ruslan Ponomaryov will take on with white pieces. So I think it's pretty good day for him.
So should we jump to Gukesh or
Yes.
the top boards? How do you prefer?
Let's go to Gukesh first.
Gukesh.
Mhm.
Gukesh is being
Currently #1 Indian player.
yeah, the number one Indian player is here with Grzegorz Gajewski, who is his second for some time now. They were together in, I think, Norway, Norway Chess. And now they are here. Grzegorz has a huge experience as a second because he started working at the top level, being a second of our mutual friend and compatriot Radek Wojtaszek. Later he was working with Vichy for several years, and I believe he put a huge impact on Vichy's play because Grzegorz is an extremely creative player who always forces you to play some interesting games, and it helped Vichy to reinvent his chess. That would be my evaluation. Maybe Vichy would say no, it's not the fact, but that's my interpretation of the fact. And also later, when Vichy decided to be more involved in FIDE and also not so active, Grzegorz worked with Duda. Young Krzysztof used his help. We can see maybe his puns there of young Krzysztof. I think it is him watching in the Gukesh games. But yes, and Duda and Gajewski, they were. Young Krzysztof was using Gajewski help at the candidates, but they finished the work at the end of the previous year, and at the beginning of this year, Grzegorz started to help Gukesh, and I think it's a fantastic choice for Gukesh because we all know how extremely talented he is, but at the top level, you need to know all those details, and if you have someone who can share some insights, who can maybe force you, teach you to some special work, it is what is needed because no one became a world champion by pure talent.
Right.
So
you have to work hard for it, yeah?
Yeah, but you also have to know how.
Yes.
If someone,
that's important.
Because it's very easy to start work on some things which are not very useful for you, and also people tend to work about what they like. Yeah, so I like openings, I work on openings. I don't like openings, okay, I work on tactics. But usually you are weakest at those sectors you don't want to work about, because why should I calculate? I don't like it. Why should I calculate? I will prepare all openings. I will not calculate variations. Yes. So if someone can direct you what to do, and especially force you to do the things you suffer doing, I think it can be very beneficial at the times, yes, because it's like automatic reaction. You don't want to do some things which are not very making you very happy, but
you have to do it.
Yeah, but if it happens during the game, you can't say I won't calculate variations. Yeah, you have to calculate.
You are forced to. Exactly. Let's quickly take a look at the game. And Gukesh is playing his compatriot Narayanan SL.
Also very, very talented player. I had an opportunity to play with Narayanan several games. We even played Blitz tiebreak in a tournament in Barcelona because we shared the first place, and we played some kind of mini match. I won the first game, but I lost the next two games, and Narayanan won the event. But yeah, he's extremely strong. I am even surprised that his rating is not higher because I really think he's a very strong player. And this is, of course, this bishop c5 line is very popular nowadays, but there are also nuances, like in an Italian game, like if this will have to make castle, well, probably you can't avoid it, so he did it. And now there is a crucial moment if white can take any advantage of this weakened structure, and those are very difficult moments because like every player who has Rui Lopez in the repertoire or e4 e5 in general had seen a lot of these positions, those positions with h6 g5 pawns, and at some points it's very good for black, and at some points you are just resigning,
Right, yes.
and you never know, so like for example here he played rook e1, but what is happening after h4? I mean, it can be just very bad for black,
Yeah, Mateusz, we have one result happening on the first board of women's section. It's looking like it's a draw because both kings are on the center on e4 and e5.
Oh, we can check the game, but
we can see it quickly and come back to the Gukesh game after that.
So that's the final position, but it wasn't too surprising. Yeah, we've seen that. Jew wasn't too unhappy about the draw, and White somehow managed to take the pawn and not to get worse position, which we were afraid that it may happen. Okay, we can quickly even show how it happened. Yeah, it was bishop e3. She didn't take on e4, which we thought may be suspicious. And now she took the pawn, but now it's different. Oh, that's actually nice tactical maneuver, but it's so much different because now bishop here is not limiting our bishop on c1, so we can finish development. And Ulvia was, well, she didn't have any problems to make a draw, although it's not a huge success in this line with White because it's just when black goes for it, it's just like a silent draw offer, and without any adventures it finishes in a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we are in a women's section, okay, we already seen those games unless something is really happening. Maybe out of curiosity I will check what is having in Goryachkina game. And it's not far from what I expected, that black is, it's move 20, it's almost 5 minutes, but the worst thing is that black is completely lost, yeah? Some tactics happens here, and it seems that Divya is just lost. What was rook e8, a4? I am wondering, maybe I can even check how much, it's here? No,
that's the current.
It's current. I'm wondering how quick she did it, because my suggestion was to play it extremely quick. Something should be played extremely quick, and I am wondering how quick she did it.
I can check it for you, actually.
Who will be quicker? That's the question. 7 minutes.
7 minutes, yes.
7 minutes. It's pretty quick. But it put a pressure. She played rook a6, and maybe it's already very suspicious. Yeah, I mean nothing really happened. Typical Goryachkina. She just developed her game, and when she had a chance, she just now she won just some tactical operation. What is happening now? I mean the probably the crucial thing is that after rook bishop g2 you can probably take and here
take c5, yes,
and everything is hanging, yes, like it's very hard to find a black piece which is not hanging. So it is just over after this knight d7. Knight is this position, knight d7 here. This may be bishop e1 also, this something like that, but White is pawn up, and this is this one pawn, so it's probably just over. It's very, it's almost impossible to find any counter chances for black, so Divya will lose, but she was really outplayed in that game. What can we say?
Yeah, totally, yes. So things are looking very good for Goryachkina.
Okay, so come back to the male section and let's see what the living legend is doing. So Magnus, I don't know if you are aware, but I must reveal you a secret.
What is
I
it?
am a huge fan of playing exchange down. So here I won't be objective, but I love black's position because black is an exchange down.
With 2 extra pawns, yeah?
If the pawns would be connected,
it would even better.
Black would be on the verge of winning, I would say. Imagine pawn on c6. There is no passed pawn for on white side, yes, and pawns would be just running. But here, objectively, it is black who should be careful, yeah, because rook will be very quick, and if white manage to win at least one pawn to create a passer, there should be chances. But it can finish in a way that some pawns exchanges. We give a knight for a pawn, and then king plus pawn will make a draw. I think it's the most...
It's the most likely scenario.
Yeah, that's my guess. But the problem with Magnus is that he always is able to create one more question in this position. Yeah, it's not like he won't pose the problems. He will, and look at the clock. Ariane has just 5 minutes in a position which is, I don't know if it's a proper description, but it's a highly tactical. Yeah, you have to calculate a lot, and it's not a moment when you can make an instinct decision. Yeah, everything has to be confirmed with a very, very precise calculation. What did he play? We see it on the camera.
We will have the move soon on the board.
Yeah, because here it's for example, a question: should you go king c5? Should you rather go king c7 to kick the rook out, or maybe your king should be closer to the f7 pawn, because you can have different attitudes. You can try to. Well, the instinct decision would be king c5 to go as far as possible, yeah, believing in your luck. But then I don't know, maybe I can even try something like this, the pawn goes, and who knows, yeah, this. Is it good or is it bad? I mean, very
before it's very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's logical and something like this. I don't know.
And after knight b6 looks.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
then I wanted here and here and because I mean, for example, in such position, engine can give zeros, but it can be a story like, let's say, we win the rook. And we believe that knight will stop the pawns somehow, yeah, because this will happen. And but it's very difficult for human to calculate until the end, yeah, that knight will stop those pawns. So I don't know. And f5,
f5 is on the board,
but it's a losing move. It's a losing, and I don't know why Ariane did it. I don't know which move wins. Because to me, even g5 looks winning, but actually, computer says it's a mistake. But
Magnus took on h5
because he's a good player after all. Yeah, but now probably it's just hurrying white plan. Yeah, maybe just rook h8.
Yeah,
and you just win a pawn,
and then come back to the b file and try to guard the b pawn.
Yeah, but this is, I don't know how to describe it, but. Those are those moments that I believe that with other player than Magnus, Ariane would play something different, because how to explain this f5 move?
Right.
I mean, the old rule says you shouldn't play on the wing when you are weaker. Yes.
Yeah.
And you have a pawn b, which is your hope. So you should move it as far. You should push it as far as possible. I mean, this is not so stupid. Okay, maybe it's also lost. Yeah, but then I see the logic behind this move. And f5. Okay, but computer says it's also bad. Yeah, you should play king c5 move, but f5 is just a move. Okay, he wants to simplify the position. He wants to trade the pawns, but the problem is that the h pawn is far and strong. Yes, and you just make it easier to win it probably. Yeah. Probably every tempo matters, so you just maybe he was afraid of this. This, and rook h8 as well. Yeah,
but here you're not wasting time by playing f5. You could already push your b pawn.
Yeah, and also, like, I mean, this pawn is on the way, yeah, so you can collect it and being happy, yes. But this. Okay, I am pretty sure that there is some line Ariane saw, because I am pretty sure he was here in his calculations, and he didn't like something, because he's an extremely strong player. Actually, it was announced today that he will play in a Polish team championship.
And when is it?
next month, in the second half of September. He will play for the team GKS Vasco Katowice with David Nawara and many other players. Maybe also Jan Krzysztof Duda, because Jan Krzysztof Duda also played for the team. So he will make
It's going to be a very strong team.
Actually, Polish league became one of the strongest leagues by average rating.
Wow.
It's very interesting. Many players here, many players from this World Cup is playing. Nils Grandelius is in my team. Jaime Santos Latasa played. Bogdan Daniel Deak played. Okay, those are not players 2750, but even on the last male board, because we also have female board, the average rating was 25 something. So that's
very high.
We have 5 boards, and the last one is all grandmasters almost. So suddenly it's very competitive and interesting, and Arian will be there. But he won't make a draw maybe. Because now the problem is that maybe he believed it's a fortress, yes?
Yeah,
maybe he believed.
He might think that it's a fortress.
But probably you are just winning this patiently. Yeah, you just put your king here, and then this pawn or this will fall, and step by step you will win. Typical Magnus.
Yes, squeezing out of a rock, and in the camera we see Hari Arian looking like regretting his decision of playing f5, and we have one other result.
Draw.
It's a draw between Mamedov Rauf versus Ian Nepomniachtchi on board number 4.
Rauf also played the tiebreak, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he did.
He chose a solid attitude for today. He wanted to avoid some sharp positions, and that's a decent result. I think Jan might have tried more to provoke, but on the other hand, when you invite your opponent for Najdorf and he gives a check on the third move, it's very hard to create something. So logical result.
Yes, and we have the result from the game of Peter Svidler versus Jordan Van Voores. It was indeed a victory for Peter.
Yeah, I'm impressed, and I don't know how about you, but usually I have 2 kind of favorites. All those are underdogs, especially young underdogs, or veterans. I don't support any others.
Favorites, you're not supporting the favorites.
Yeah, no, it's not interesting. I mean, I don't get supporting the winners. So there are people who likes to follow the winners. Yeah, but I think it's more interesting when there is some surprise, and also it's maybe egoistic, but when I see some older generation playing, like Peter Svidler, Boris Gelfand, Alexei Shirov, and other players playing Vasily Vanchuk, who is playing here, it shows that you can play chess long. Yes, that it's not only about all those records breaking players like Gukesh, but also about the players who were grandmasters even before Gukesh, who was born long time before. So it's fantastic that you can be an extremely strong player still being in your 50s or even 60s. It's changing, but we all remember Viktor Korchnoi, who was an extremely strong player even if in his
80s.
Yeah, in his 80s he was still playing. He was not that strong, but he was still a very strong player.
And in his 70s, I remember he beat Fabio Caruana in the Gibraltar Masters, and Fabi was already 2700 that time.
Exactly, but it was all about Viktor Korchnoi. He was a huge fighter, and the age was just a number for him.
Yeah, probably one of the best players in the world who didn't make to be the world champion. Yeah,
definitely.
And maybe we can see another underdog if you are into looking at the underdog games. Let's go to board number 9. Ding Jingyao, who made an upset in the previous round versus Mehmet Yarov Shahriar, is now taking on a very strong German player, Rasmus Svane.
I've seen Tin for the first time in Barcelona. Last year in December, I played in
Sitges?
no, AO Bregat Open.
Bregat,
It's just before before Sitges, and I was surprised because I've never seen any strong player from Singapore. So I was surprised by the flag, for example, but I've seen some of his games and it was really impressive. So I already kind of remember the name, and the fact that he beat Shahryar, of course, it's a surprise because Shahryar is Shahryar. But I mean, he showed all his skills. He is very good at different positions, and he was not afraid that he is playing sharp position with the most the sharpest players.
Who's also known for his tactical skill.
Exactly. So with this style, with I think good preparation, because that's my feeling that Tin is very well prepared. He can make more surprises, and here we have actually encounter of two players who, because Rasmus and also his brother Frederick, they are both very well known for fantastic preparation. So it's probably the opening stage, which is very interesting here. So let's have a look. What was the opening? It was Nimzo with Bishop D3. So okay, this is some theory. If Vichy would be here, he would tell a lot, but I don't know so much, so sorry.
No,
if you are much into it, please reveal this knowledge, because my knowledge is limited. Here, although I think something is surprising here. I don't know, because this is probably okay.
BC is normal.
Yeah, BC would be typical, but this is actually probably a good position for black. I am pretty sure. But this, I think it has been played, but I can't remember what's the current, let's say, evaluation of this position, because this it feels very interesting for white. Suddenly you have
two pawns on b5 and c5.
Yeah, but something went wrong for Rasmus, because maybe it's a line when you have to react very precisely with black, because he played like the natural looking e5, but this position is slightly unpleasant, or maybe never even not slightly, as this bishop is like it's sleeping now, but if it's awakened, I mean, if you will play e4, then you are just busted. If you play d4, then it's maybe even
you
okay.
Could have taken it, yeah.
Okay,
it's a free pawn.
I am always scared of taking pawns, but yeah, it's a free pawn. Yeah, so you cannot go. But I wanted to say that even this position, okay, maybe I am completely wrong, because I wanted to put knight on d3, but then I blocked my bishop. Probably I am just stupid. So yeah, you can just take the pawn. So this pawn is under pressure. This center is not really strong, even if it looks, and also a file. There is some pressure on a file.
A7, yeah.
I think it's really demanding position, and does the clock shows the exact time?
Yes, it is.
So it's just 11 minutes for 20 moves in this position. Wow. Okay, white doesn't possess much more, yeah, but we can see some severe time trouble and mutual time trouble, so it can be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you. And b6 happened on the board, and now Tin Junyo is thinking, and he's reaching his rook back to a2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, to a2 he played. But what's the point? Because if you take, what's happening?
e5 is hanging.
Yeah, but
b5 is also.
b5 hanging.
And probably just knight d4 takes on bishop f6 first, and then knight
so
d4.
You just give a pawn and you enjoy this position.
Yeah, that's possible. And a7 is just a matter of time anyway to be fallen after doubling the rook and so on. So yeah, having a very strong knight on d4, maybe this is what white was looking for.
Yeah, the question is how unpleasant it is, because it looks very ugly, but from the structural point of view, but the question is because those pawns, it's like they are looking ugly, but in defense they are sometimes hard to break. Yes, you put the king on g7, you have the bishop here, and what can you do? Sometimes even some endgames, if you would imagine this endgame knight and 4 pawns versus just this king and this, it's not so easy to win such endgame. Yeah, I am not even sure if it's winning. Yeah. So if in long term you are able to win both pawns, it's not obvious if you are able to win the position in the end. So it will be interesting, but I think, well, Rasmus has to work.
Yeah, he has to
hard.
work it out, how to deal with this position. We can come back to one of the top boards. Let's see what Hikaru is doing. It looks like they are entering some sort of endgame, like quite equalist probably.
4 pawns, 4 pawns. When my son is joining the streams, he is always calculating material. So I got this knowledge from him, quite useful, because when you jump from one game to another, you sometimes lose the control of how many pieces are on the board. Yeah. But yeah, here it's material equality, and probably a draw should be a matter of time. What would be pretty good for Hikaru, draw with black. And, well, we shouldn't forget, we should maybe even underline that Hikaru is all happy about playing tiebreaks. He feels very convinced
in the shorter time control. Yes.
Yeah, and at any time control which is short. Yeah, when you think how to beat Hikaru in this KO, then probably he has to beat himself because if the control gets shorter, his chances should be probably even bigger. And with his current opening repertoire, which is not so entertaining as it used to be, because he used to risk a lot with black, but now he just is quite often very, very solid with black, and when he doesn't want to go for adventures, then very hard to beat the guy who calculates like takes and takes. Yes, so yeah, very, very difficult to create problems for him. And here, yeah, probably I am wondering what he because he can probably all the time go for this,
and takes on d6,
and it should be rather easy draw in different. But probably you should but even this is not, because I thought that wouldn't be very good because the pawn is winning the game. But you can always go here, counter attack, and after this, just whatever. It can end, for example, like that. And that's probably very likely that it will be the final position of the game. Yeah.
Right. And while we are still on the stage, we can quickly take a look at Fabiano's game that is currently playing against a Turkish player, Mustafa Yilmaz.
And he is winning, which is surprising for me that so easily, or maybe not so easily, but he's totally winning. This is how we can show how important are the advanced pawns. Yes, if the pawn would be on b4, the position is probably drawn. But here with this structure, it's just hopeless. But probably you have to be just a little bit precise.
And patient too. Yeah?
And patient, yeah, because probably a6 is not the most technical thing. What you can do is to trade rooks. If you trade rooks, you should be winning all the time. But the most brutal thing is that engine shows
rook c1 and then sacrificing probably. Yes.
What, here?
Even here? Oh, because a6 is undermined.
Oh my God! No, but that's too much, I think. But that's brilliant.
That's brilliant. Yes.
That's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, if you can go for that, just with this idea to capture the pawn, and if it can be anyhow stopped, then it's just brilliant. Okay, and what if rook c8? Oh yeah, I can just go this, and bishop a6.
Right.
And just this.
Or you can just take twice on a6. I mean, just even without b7. Okay, same thing. I think.
Fabiano moved his rook. Is it a rook to? Probably he moved the rook. Yeah, but because maybe he's just about to play this. Yeah, and
breakthrough is always in his pocket. He can play it at any time.
Yeah, but I want to see rook b8, and if Fabiano would go for this, because it's
pretty. Yeah.
I always think that I don't know if you agree that we are a bit of an artist. If we see something which is nice looking, which is something what is something not so common, we are always like very tempted to do that. Yeah. And I always find it challenging when I see some nice looking sacrifice and the logical move. Yeah, because you always think rook b8.
Rook b8 is on the board. Yes.
And Fabiano, please, fireworks.
Come on. Yes, rook takes c6, a6, and then I think we can expect a resignation on this game very soon. Well, it depends on how much time Fabiano is taking for this one.
The problem is that probably he is winning also after a6.
After a6,
yes.
yeah. Takes and then takes c6, yeah.
Probably it's also... Oh, no. Wow, it's not winning. Look. You are losing the pawn.
Wow.
You are losing the pawn. So that...
And even though you have the d5 pawn later on, but it's still not really going to be...
Yeah, okay, but that's the... I mean...
Not what you wanted, yeah?
Yeah, if you go for this, you know that something went totally wrong. And that can be actually some easy draw, because king is very active and the pawn may disappear, yes?
Yep.
And simplifications are a matter of time. So
rook c6.
That rook c6 is not only good looking, but it's also...
It's the winning move.
It's the winning... Okay, but I believe that...
He's about to play it. Oh, he played a6. He played a6.
No way.
Oh.
But wait. That is it.
He missed bishop g6. I'm sure, because that is a very good defense and easily can be missed.
Oh, gee, no.
He missed rook c6.
Oh,
I
but
think. And he's playing it. Bishop
g6.
Nice defense by Yilmaz Mustafa. This might cost Fabiano.
Yeah,
the game.
Surely he won't win it. He won't win it. What a blunder. Okay, but this is not so obvious. Yeah, we are so wise because engine shows it. Yeah, but
obviously in this position, your first intention of playing rook c1 is to take on c6. Then even though your opponent play rook b8, you still have to calculate rook c6.
You know, the problem is that maybe Fabiano's idea was to play a6 just. Maybe he just wanted to win, because it looks like the position is won anyway. And sometimes you forget about your opponent's resources. I also made so many stupid games because I see, okay, rook c6 1-0, he should resign, yeah? And then he plays like this, and you see, oh, how stupid was I, yeah? Because I think that maybe if he does nothing, maybe, let's say he plays this, probably it's winning anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so if
just
we...
be patient,
let's say we go for something like this, I think it's just winning position. Just like we will just improve pieces and
probably
and
put
that's
the king around, and then you can just take your time. I think in this position.
So what Fabiano did, he will regret extremely, because I am pretty sure he decided it's just 1-0. He was expecting handshake and he missed bishop g6. So. Well, that's a huge mistake by one of the greatest players in this event.
Yeah, and I see in the camera, he looks like regretting what he did. The decision to push a6 and takes on c6, because he looked very confident before that, like playing rook c1, and then even when he moved a6, and now after black player did bishop g6.
Yeah, he looks confused. Totally
he looks confused. Yes, and regretting his decision before.
Yeah, but that's what chess is all about. Yeah, you can play a fantastic game. You make one impatient decision, and all your efforts are wasted. Yes, because now I would be extremely surprised if there would be any problems for
black, yeah.
For black, yes. And Mustafa is a very strong player, so he will confidently defend it. And I am pretty sure that he, as a defender, he's seen Rook C6. That he knew that he lost. And he was just waiting for an execution. And also, well, we've seen that you can also wait. So he was able to evaluate this position. Yeah. So huge disappointment for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and we have some other results too. The answer Wei drew against the veteran Ivanchuk Vasil.
Oh, was it a draw? Because we can even jump the not to the camera, because the position was extremely suspicious for white. I've seen it during one of the breaks that somewhere here that was Hikaru drew already. We've seen it on the camera.
Hikaru drew versus Benjamin Gladura.
Yeah, they simplified exactly as we mentioned, and because of the simplified position, they agreed for a draw.
Right.
But here, Vasil was in a... Yeah, that was a moment I wanted to show. Yeah, where he didn't want to repeat the moves, he played Rook D2, and it looks very suspicious for white because the bishop is just very passive. Knight looks very strong, and maybe it's not simple, but I thought it's like about some maneuvers like that. Maybe even you can exchange rooks. I don't know, but he exchanged the rooks and it wasn't sufficient. Yeah. So veteran was able to make a draw. Bishop improved, and that's a draw.
Yep.
Yeah. So there were some chances for Wei, but maybe not enough of them.
Also another draw, Yu Yangyi versus Etienne Bakro. That also happened. And
any decisive games, or we have just one game won by Peter Svidla?
Another decisive game is actually in the women's section. Batsiashvili Nino won against Zhao Shui.
Nino Batsiashvili, I will surprise you, is also playing in a Polish team championship.
I'm not too surprised at all. You guys are always taking the best players in the world for the teams.
Yeah. She actually led her team in last year to the second place, and she is also one of the best players in the world. So not too surprising. Although in the match with Zhao Shui, it's very hard to say who was a favorite. Yeah. Very close.
Yeah, they're very close to each other.
Very close ratings.
Both are grandmasters.
If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Shui was rated 25-50.
25, yes. She was as high as that, but I think she hasn't been playing much in the past 2 years.
Yeah, for all Chinese players, the period of COVID was very tough, and it's... I think for many of them it can break the careers, yes, because if you don't play for too long, not everyone is capable of coming back, yeah?
Right.
And losing with white, of course, it's putting her on a very demanding situation. Okay, so what we do have on top boards, maybe like this. Giri Abbasov, maybe we can have a look. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do that. And meanwhile, there's also another result on board 6. Wesley So drew against Jules Muzard.
And Anish will probably make a draw. Of course, it's Anish, so draw is the most anticipated result. But he seems like to be defending side. Maybe not too seriously, but still, yeah. He's pawned down. He probably should take this guy. Rook f3 with a double attack. And you still... Okay, probably even this is nothing special. Like this. But still, it's a pawn down.
Yep.
Okay, probably light square bishop... opposite color bishops should... help to defend it, because if you would be forced to go here, maybe some mating net, like just to show the very nice mate. Yeah, because I always like such mates.
Who doesn't? Yeah.
Yeah, and I am always calculating those cooperative variations, but not many players wants to cooperate with me lately. Yeah, but you can go king f1 and since you cannot capture. Yeah, Anish should probably escape this, but he won't be too happy, as of course he surely prefer to get more, and especially of this position, because we've been here. And what went? King f8. What's this move? Wow.
Waiting, not knowing what to do, perhaps. Or
No,
maybe
but that's a surprising move.
that's quite a deep move as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but for me it's a bit too deep, to be honest. But it's also like a skill to play nothing in a position which you believe it's when you should wait.
equal,
Yeah. So he thought that he shouldn't move any pawns because it will weaken his position. All his pieces he believed are in the exact position.
position,
So
yep.
here, yeah. I don't know if it was so good, but in a way impressive. Okay, so this knight b4 happened. And here Anish decided to sack a pawn, but maybe it was not sound. Though, I don't know, this bishop should be good. This bishop should...
There's g5 suddenly coming on the board, changing the nature of the game.
So he played king g8 to be prepared for
prepare
that, or
G5.
what? Or what? Yeah.
Or maybe it's just a coincidence that, okay, g5 is good at this position, so let's play it. My king is already on f8, so it's good.
But it can be so that Anish underestimated this move, because quite often when you see move like g5, you think like, okay, it has to be bad, yeah? And then it appears on the board and you say, okay, but he did play it, and what should I do, yeah? Yeah, and this fantastic move saved the position for black, and it will be a draw. Very, very nice play by Nijat Abbasov.
Yes. So this position should be drawn, and we have another decisive result in the women's section. Gorchkina, we know that she was much better, and she won the game against Divya Desmukh.
Yeah, very convincing, play by
yes.
Alexandra Goryachkina.
And we didn't take a look at the lower boards in the women's section, but apparently Elena Roberts won against Claudia Coulon.
Oh, that's not a good news, but yeah, it's actually also a tricky situation, like psychologically, that yesterday Claudia won versus Zagniza, which was very likely the biggest success of her career, and because, I mean, Nana is of course a legend.
Very experienced player.
And then it's tricky because you feel like you already achieved a success, but it's just the beginning of the KO tournament, yeah?
Right.
And you have to adjust somehow. And when you don't feel hungry to fight, you just accept what is happening, yeah, which is not always helping. So this is it's not so easy to adapt. I mean, there are other reasons, of course, like you can be just a weaker player, yes, but also psychological challenges are completely different to what was before, yes, because you just wanted to beat this strong player. And then you play like Claudia, yeah. She played 2500 player. Now she plays Elena Roberts, who is a very strong player.
Very strong player,
but
also up and
2400.
rising.
I mean, it's like Claudia may think, okay, she's.
She should be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I
handle her,
beat
but,
2500. 2400 should be, but. I mean, there is many new issues.
Yes.
It's a completely different match, completely different situation, and. Yeah, it's just challenging. That's also what makes this KO tournament so interesting.
Yep.
Oh, you showed Salem.
Yeah, let's take a look at this game. So
wow,
we will see the game between Salem Saleh versus Dadeshvar Bardia, who knocked out Alexander Grishchuk in the previous round.
Same story like with Claudia, it seems. Yeah, Daneshvar beat Grishchuk yesterday, and today he may be beat by Salem. Because this position, we don't need an engine to evaluate. It looks completely crushing because, white is probably not even worse materialistically because it's 3 pawns for a knight, but this pawn is just winning the game, and also rook g7. I think it's a question of several moves to decide the result.
And Salem is reaching his h-pawn. I think he's about to move it to h6, but we'll see.
There is also a Polish accent I have to mention because Salem is here with Bartosz Soćko, former coach of our national team and my very good friend.
And they've been working together for many years already.
Bartosz with Salem?
Yeah.
There are different periods because Bartosz was in 2017 he was in
UAE.
Yes, he was a coach there, but it was just a year, and later he was working like on different occasions, but it was not a regular work.
Right.
But they are good friends, and Bartosz is a very experienced player, very strong player.
Yes.
And he is just a very, very nice person to spend the time with. So I think that's why Salem decided to invite Bartosz here, and he helps both emotionally, let's say, and chess-wise. So it can be very, very successful tournament for Salem.
Right, and Bartosz is, I think, definitely helping his wife as well, Monika Soćko.
Not any longer. She left 4 a.m. today.
Oh, she already left. Okay. Yep. So h6 is happening on the board, and this position, even though black is a piece up, let's say, and with the compensation with 3 pawns, and the pawns, especially the h pawn, is just killing. Yeah. Promotion is expected soon.
We can make a quick look how it happened. It was a Caro-Kann defense. Bishop e2 c5, very trendy line, c3. The old theory was rather about bishop e3, queen b6, and later some long theory after c4, queen b2, and so on, like million games with long theoretical lines. But c3 to have a game, but it's also well explored territory, and I am pretty sure it is all more or less theory. And this is the tricky structure because engines are proving that those positions are always slightly better for white. When I was young, the old books were rather saying that this is the weak pawn and you can attack it, and black should be totally fine. But in reality, it turns out that space advantage is more important, and white is always having some small plus. And it seems that Salem proved it, yeah. h4, typical
Caro-Kann idea.
Or I would rather say typical Lila idea.
Oh, Lila.
Or,
Alpha Zero.
or Alpha Zero, because those programs always loved to push the pawn as far as possible. And again, you had a space advantage here, you have a space advantage here, and there are already some views to create some problems, and step by step you are improving. Actually, it's already rook d1 with this plan.
Yeah, you like this rook lift?
Yeah. Svidler would do it like this. Salem do it from the other side, and okay, they wouldn't repeat moves probably, but there was an option to repeat, but Daneshvar didn't want to. And knight h2. It can be totally fine for black, That's my guess, but so much easier to play with white because you are about to create an attack, and we are all
already the piece sacrifice on h6.
Brave, but pretty natural.
That is, I think, he's been aiming for it since 10 moves ago, probably.
Yeah, maybe black didn't see this move because it's both defending and attacking. Yeah, it looks like a silent move. When you give a piece, you want to do something urgent. Yeah, and this is just a silent move. You just attack the pawn, and okay, I'm fine with it. Yeah. Very, very convincing game by Salem. I really like what he does today. Okay, you still have to finish it, but it should be quite doable.
Yeah, it should be a very convincing win by Salem Saleh. And talking about a piece for the pawns, we can quickly take a look at Dominguez's game, where he has won bishop for 3 pawns.
What is this?
Look at this endgame.
Yeah, but the problem is that he is winning the rook. I mean, you have to give maybe even black. What is this? It was 40th move.
40th move.
So they went through the time control, and now Guseinov will come back and resign because okay, he has to give. Then okay, maybe I will show. If you do anything else, you are being mated. Yeah, so just to show the mate. And
what happened before? Because it was kind of quite a compensation that White wasn't really much winning like what we saw.
It was a very popular line nowadays. Everyone wants to play it. But when you play with Lenia Dominguez, you have to be prepared deeper than deep because he knows. Yeah, he knows everything. I never played him, luckily or unluckily, because it would mean that I would play some top event. But he knows theory extremely well. Okay, this is theory because even I know that this is theory. So it's not impossible. Yes, I analyzed this some time ago, and engine says it's okay. But it's not so easy to play actually with both colors, because if pawns goes too far, black can be doing very well. I think it's all theory up to now. Even there were some games like that. Horrible, isn't it?
27 move deeps and still theory.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because I pretty much remember that this is, and even the evaluation, which is around equality, says that it's probably already played 100 times in correspondence chess, probably. Yeah, but yeah, it's very interesting that this is that White might have won this game. I mean, probably he won, but.
Yeah, so what went wrong? Maybe in this position, which is still fine. And after here, I think it's
so
rook. Oh, so black player just made a blunder by playing rook f1, and he could have gone rook a8 probably to, or what to do in this position, because White's intention is clear, that is to play bishop g8, and this is dangerous times always, like in the transition from old time control to the new one, like before you just gain the very much needed 30 minutes, you just make a blunder, and then the extra time actually doesn't matter anymore because you're losing anyway.
Yeah, but that's this typical chess curse that you make a mistake in 40th move. Yes, because he was playing all the game without mistakes, and it was not so obvious what to do. And only here he made a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
But you know, after rook a8, no, this is also losing.
This is also losing.
Yeah,
so what should be done then?
Rook f8.
That's hard.
Okay. No, but
after bishop g8, what's the difference? Rook a7. Rook a7.
Wow.
I think black player just totally missed the bishop g8 idea.
Yeah, but you know, probably somewhere here he should have played it differently, because in such situations, what you should do, you should avoid moments when you can make a mistake. And because, well, this rook f8 is far from obvious. It's even the move you cannot spot when being told that you should do that. Yeah, it's far from obvious, and in this position, it doesn't feel it should be so so tough. Although, yeah, I mean, most of those moves are suggested by the engine, so I am wondering when was the moment when black, maybe here f5, maybe that was easier. But you don't want to, on the other hand, move your pawn from f7 because it is protecting many pawns, yes. But here maybe something like this, yes, this, rook f7, then you move your king. But even this, like this position, you have to be sure, okay, I showed probably a bad line for white, but you have to be sure that this pawn is not making any danger. Okay, here you also have a pawn and black is winning, yes. So there should be enough of chances for black. But yeah, probably that was the one of the crucial moments, because from practical point of view, after rook f6, which is extremely strong, it's very hard. You cannot push your king here because rook e6, and when you go for this, what Gusseinov did, then it's all about finding how to save your king. Maybe this was better. Maybe this was better, but maybe it just postponed the solution. Because still probably you should play this move just to fight for the 7th rank, because this rook is just killing. And also, like, it's very hard practically because sometimes it can be drawn with but it's very easy to blunder mate if those 3 pieces, sorry for those arrows, they are not friendly. If those 3 pieces are just next to your king, yeah,
right.
I mean, it's very I am very weak at defending such positions, for example. Very easy to miss some mate, and you have to calculate like a machine. So one could call it lucky for the Lanier, but I don't think it was lucky. He just played.
He saw it, yeah, and then
he chose the line which is maybe not doing that much, but he wanted to check if opponents can
this line, and testing your opponent's repertoire is also another strategy in the higher level tournaments. Yes. Wow, this could be the second decisive result in the open section. For
Lanier, it will be third victory, because in the first match he did play in round 2 with Polish player Igor Janik. He won both games, and now it seems he will win the third one. So also significant rating gains on his account.
Yes. Meanwhile, in the women's section, we have a draw between Polina Shivalova versus Irina Krush. And Lela Javakishvili also made a draw against Harika Dronovali.
I see that Fabiano Caruana is still trying to win this endgame with pawn up, but not so many changes there, so we should probably look for something more entertaining. Are there any games still in time trouble? Maybe I will check. Ting Chao. They didn't make the time control. Maybe we should.
Yeah, they should be in time trouble right now. 5 minutes versus roughly 2 minutes.
And 7 moves to the time to make it into the time control. Also interesting is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes, and on the camera we see Dominguez Lanier already finish his game against Gusenov Gadir, and white wins, yeah? And it means that tomorrow Dominguez will take black pieces and trying to proceed to the next round. And now on the camera we see the game between Singaporean Grandmaster, currently number 1, Tin Ching Yao versus Svane Rasmus.
You predicted that something like that can happen, that they will go into this structure, but everything seems normal apart of the king on h3,
yes.
which landed there all of a sudden. And
MVL just finished his game, and it's another draw in the open section versus Javokir Sindarov, a very talented Uzbek player.
You shouldn't add very talented, just Uzbek player. Everyone knows
Everyone's
that they
talented.
are exactly.
Yes.
So actually Rasmus is trying to save the game by using the fact that this king on h3 is not protected well. I am wondering how it came to this point, because that was this position. Yeah, and that's what the younger generation is always afraid. Maybe it was better to try to look for this, yes, to simplify the position, and maybe it gives chances to win. I'm not sure, because f5 is probably weak because of e5 and maybe f4. But it would be, well, definitely you should consider swapping the queens, yes, because without the queens, I think it should be serious chances. And what he did wasn't stupid, but here going to h3, again, you just trade the queens and you go for this endgame. I think those are serious chances.
Right.
Although you have to understand, because I don't know the answer, probably you should keep some rooks, Maybe you can exchange one pair of rooks and then trying to win it. Maybe there are some chances for a fortress, but that was Magnus who said he doesn't believe in fortresses, so let's trust this guy.
Yeah.
And it can be just lost. And he decided to keep queens on the board, simple move rook b3, which he missed. Very nice pin, and pawn is just falling, all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, probably not that he was afraid to exchange the queens. It's just simply probably that it's not his cup of tea to play such a simple position and prefer some dynamic position
but that's
instead.
the point. If you want to be a good
Right.
player, you have to play always as the position demands, not as you prefer, yes? Especially in a long time control, In a rapid, you can do what your soul says, but in a classical game, you should play as the position requires.
Yes.
And I am wondering, is it possible that White will lose that game? Because
it is possible, yeah.
if what actually you can do, I see what computer suggests, because computer suggests to take, and after bishop e4 take here, but first it is very tough, and second it's not obvious if it makes a draw, and if not, then this king can be mated one day here, yes, because it's just about
one check away from getting mated.
Yeah, almost. So it can be a very surprising turnaround and very good news for Rasmus. Although maybe the position is still nothing special, but now, I mean, you have to be extremely careful. Any move can lose.
Yes, and I think there is one game that can finish at any moment from now. It is between Daniel Dubov versus Fokatro Daniel. So it seems Dubov sacrificed something that is
There are
quite
so many
unsound.
players that I was not even aware that Daniel is playing in this
Yes.
tournament.
So let's take a look at their game, and Daniel is in the verge of losing or even resigning this game. because
Wow!
it's
So
just-
Vokaturo just eliminated a very strong player from Ukraine, Andrei Volokitin, yesterday in a tie-break. And now with black, he can beat Daniel Lubov. Wow!
What
That's
happened? How did it happen? Daniel is down a rook.
well, he is a fantastic player, always having creative ideas. So let's have a look what happened. Just what is this? You see, they played 7 moves, and it is already a position no one ever had seen. Yes?
And they shook hands. So apparently Dubov has resigned his game, and Fokatro again made another upset, beating Daniel Dubov with black pieces, and tomorrow he will take the white pieces. So he really has some advantage there.
Yeah, definitely. So he is now leading not only in terms of chess successes, but also in terms of the best haircut. So definitely a star of the tournament, a very nice, sympathetic Italian player. Is showing many good things. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Daniel did what is not required in this tournament. He was just too creative. He wanted to create some game, but he was the victim of this creation. Although the game is extremely interesting, and wow, I mean, it required a fantastic play by Daniela, because like even this, it can go either way, totally either way.
Yeah, I agree.
probably there was some huge blunder because it's very unlikely to lose that game with white, yes?
Yeah,
At this
having the king on d8, it's very courageous for black.
look! He sacrificed a rook. He thought he has a minimum and draw, maybe more. And what happened? This. He took a pawn, which was a mistake. He should have made
Queen c5.
But this, and what? And after this you have this check. And after this you give some checks like that, and if king goes somewhere, then you give a check here. But those are not so
Those
obvious
are very complicated
checks.
calculations, yeah?
Yeah, this, and then you give whatever, yeah?
Knight b7, and
like
or yeah,
this,
queen there, yeah, it
this,
should be
and
drawn, yes.
And he took to c7, queen d7, and he just didn't calculate it very precisely.
I wonder how much time he took to decide taking on c7. So he had 5 minutes on the clock before taking on c7, and then he spent like just 30 seconds to make it. Probably having thought about it beforehand and decided there's nothing else that is better than queen takes c7, but apparently he was wrong.
Yeah, very, very good news for Daniele Vocaturo. Very difficult news, very difficult situation for Daniel Dubov. But, well, Daniel has a lot of fans. We would like to see more of his games because he is content creator, you can say. There is very few boring games by him. Oh, we see on the camera Donchenko Alexander, the guy who destroyed my tournament. Very unfriendly person if he beat me. Yeah? And he plays Parham Maksudlu, and he's what? Completely lost. Not too surprising. I just stole all his energy yesterday.
Probably,
I'm sorry for
yes.
Alexander, but also I must say I am a big fan of Parham. He is a fantastic player, very interesting, very fighting, and well, I wanted to play with him, but I thought it would be not the most pleasant experience, very demanding. So he's of course a huge favorite. He easily beat Azeri player. Actually, strong young Azeri player. I have his face, but Suleimani.
Suleimani.
Yeah, Suleimani.
Who also had a very long tie break on the first round against the Chinese Grandmaster Su Yinglu.
Yeah, so you told something about luck. So Parham is a bit lucky because his opponents are extremely tired after Suleimani had an extremely intense tiebreak with Chinese player, yeah, and the same Alexander, yes. So those players are coming half dead for the rounds.
Yes.
And Parham winning with white now, it's just, well,
expected. They already finished the game. They already shook hands. And
yeah. So
yes,
it's
Parham won the game.
It won't be easy for Alexander, but yesterday I helped him to believe that he is very strong with white because he won all the white games yesterday, so it's his hope for tomorrow.
Yep.
He will need to deliver.
Let's quickly check what happened with Fabiano's game before we move on to the next break.
I see on the camera that there is Anish Giri, so we can quickly just show his position, and that's a dead draw.
Should be drawing soon.
Because it's a dead draw. Okay, there are sometimes some ideas with a5 move. You have to be careful. So if, for example, the bishop would be here, we can consider a5, b5, b5, and then this pawn will be meaningless, while the b plus f pawn would be winning. But probably, okay, now it's just lost, of course. And let's say you play this move. I just play bishop d3, for example. Or maybe bishop f5 is also good, and bishop c8 or something like that. Okay, you have to be careful, but it should be a draw.
Yes, and we have another result happening on the first board in the open section. Magnus Carlsen, as we expected, won against Tari Arian in that up and exchange endgame position. Yeah,
Magnus. Oh, he even simplified. What a brutal way to finish it, yeah? because in this position he just simplified to the opponent game because we can show that he is just winning this pawn sooner or later, and when he wins this pawn it's a winning position without any problems. But Arian lost this game. Well, maybe not. Well, that was the crucial moment of the position, and no one forced him to play f5. He will surely regret that. But well, that's what about playing Magnus. People sooner or later make some blunders, and that's just another victim of Magnus.
Right, and on the screen we see a dead drawn position between Anish versus Abbasov Nijat. It's very drawn, but if anyone here is pushing for win or has the chance to win the game, it is Abbasov.
Yes. I mean, whenever you have any material more at the white cap, you should push because it can. Okay. You are unable even to play this a5 because I will always win this pawn. And when I win this pawn, there is wrong corner, yes? So, for example, just to, let's say we go to something like, okay, how I want to create it somehow, but okay, I don't want to lose material. So let's say this. Okay, now I lost the position. Okay, so we invented one way where you can lose, because after this I have a5 and that's one of those positions you can lose. So you have to be careful about that. But in general, let's say this. So we play here. And how to make it this, and let's say this. Okay. What you play? You play here, let's say. I play here, here, and here. That's what I wanted to push, yes? Because that's the only idea,
the only idea to push for win in this position, yes.
And what you want to do is to go with a king here and win with this pawn. So let's say white plays whatever. We play this. White plays whatever. We play this. White has to do something like this. We go with a king. Oh, sorry, because
like
now
that.
a7. So
have to go king d5
here,
or yes.
let's say here, and sooner or later we just go here. And even if we would win this pawn, okay, here
we have the wrong pawn on h6. Yes.
Yeah, even without this pawn, it might be a draw, because king would go to this, if it would reach, because it's not sure here if it would reach, but we also have this pawn, so we easily win this guy, yeah? So
I think we reach it in time, because if you play king g6 now, then bishop has to go, let's say f8, and then, okay, if there is no pawn on a6, of course, I think you reach it in time.
Yeah. So basically it should be, you just should avoid putting your bishop on c6, and then it's a draw. But as you see, Anish is fully focused. There are some small tricks you have to be aware. And of course, Nijat will do his best to try every single chance. And as we've seen, even Fabiano Caruana in his game, he made a huge blunder today. So you should try your luck.
Yes, exactly. And while the players are already entering their second time control, having added 30 minutes on the clock, and I think it is our cue for our next break. So don't go anywhere, because the games are still going on, the battles will still be continued, and we will be back very soon after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Peter Svidler, who's just defeated Van Forest in the first game of the third round. Peter, you told me yesterday that you needed to survive the opening, it looks that what you've done, and you crushed Jordan in a nice Sicilian. Tell us about the game, please.
Well, yeah, I played a very rare line, which I actually played in a blitz game recently, and I was really hoping he wouldn't pay any attention because the line isn't all that great. And he played something which I think is entirely sensible, but which leads to a very strange position where there is seemingly no tension in the center. Normally there is something going on in the center, but we're both normally developed. I'm not really generating any threats, but it's also difficult for him to figure out, I think, where his counterplay is. And then he basically, to my shock, kind of solved the puzzle of basically self-mate in 5 because he castled kingside, which already, like with my rook on g3, it's never going to be without risk. I played knight takes e5, fully expecting him to take with the queen because d takes e5, e5 just looked unbelievably dangerous. He took with the pawn, I played e5. I thought, what is going on here? Like, is he intending to play knight h7 or something? Which probably doesn't allow me to give immediate mate, but it's just such an ugly move to make. He played knight e5, and from that moment on, I thought, okay, like, if there's any justice in the world, there should be mate here normally. And I think there is. And I'm not even entirely certain what he missed, because the sequence I played is sort of the most obvious sequence in the position. My queen is out of place, so I bring the queen into the attack. And then I just start breaking through by sacrificing whatever needs to be sacrificed. So, yeah, the position before he castled, I thought, was completely unclear. I wasn't at all sure who was better. If you tell me this position is assessed by the machine as better for black, I will not be surprised at all. But it's definitely playable and difficult to play for both sides, so I was kind of satisfied with it regardless. And then five moves later, the game was over. So, yeah, a kind of a strange...
I don't expect you were thinking that the game would go so fast as it went today.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan is a very strong player, and yeah, some kind of miscalculation happened, and it's nice to be a beneficiary of something like this, obviously.
Of course, the match is a 2-game match, as everyone knows. Tomorrow you'll be playing with black pieces. How will you approach the game tomorrow, Peter?
Well, I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing, kind of trusting in my ability to work things out over the board. This young generation, basically, and Jordan in particular, having worked for all kinds of very strong players for a number of years, I've given up trying to guess even their first move. So for today I did zero prep. Like, I just thought, okay, I will choose my first move, and then there is no way I can guess what he will play. So I'm just gonna, do whatever it is that I do in the morning and in the midday, which consists of me watching Stranger Things 4 more than anything else. Planning to do the same tomorrow.
My final question: as an experienced World Cup player, do you generally prefer to start off with black in the mini match, or do you actually prefer to start with white?
I should know this. I should have at least my own personal stats on this, but I don't. I have a feeling that I would probably prefer starting with black slightly, but I don't think it makes a blind difference. Now I might actually go back to the room and check, but I suspect the difference will be minuscule, if any.
Well done. It's a very good game from your side, and congratulations. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm joined by top elite grandmaster from the United States, Wesley So. Just drawed his first game of the third round with black against grandmaster Jules Moussard from France. Wesley, tell us a bit about today's game, the draw, and then we'll talk a bit about your performance up to now.
Well, today he surprised me in the opening, playing b4. I think I looked at this move, but a few months ago, so I couldn't remember much. But it's surprising. Pawn sacrifice on move 7 works against any opening, but it was a very interesting idea. Jules is a very aggressive player. He's young, and energetic. He's played a lot of strong tournaments lately, so it's been a very interesting game. In the end, I was hoping for a bit more, but White's position is still solid, and he didn't really commit himself and I didn't want to weaken my king. But it's so far an interesting game. My first round match didn't go so well. It was clearly an off day, when playing chess so long. You're gonna be days where you don't feel like working. But Khan is a very strong player also, and he's very well prepared. And then I couldn't get much against his openings in the Catalan and also in the Najdorf. So it's all well and good. But yeah, I mean, before tournament I had high hopes to try to qualify for the candidates, but it's such a long road ahead. I just take it a day at a time. And other things back home in Minnesota, we have 2 kittens. So actually yesterday I was hoping I would lose and I could get back home. But I was in trouble pretty much every game, but somehow I managed to win.
So I'm very happy for your 2 kittens, but that's a bad mindset to win the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, in order to win a tournament, you have to stay here for 3 more weeks and win match after match. It is what it is. I wasn't feeling very well yesterday, so I have to train some more. Try to.
You got through a very difficult match, very difficult opponents, with ups and downs in the Blitz games, but at the end you prevailed. A draw with Jules.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the last time I played in the World Cup was much weaker. In the first round, I was playing a 2380. Things are different now. Also, a lot of strong players here. So it's a very fascinating tournament, and I enjoy watching the games. But I mean, at the same time, of course, I'm very glad to be part of it. And, I'm thankful to FIDE, also Azerbaijan, for hosting a World Cup. But there are just days where you don't feel like playing.
Would you say, in my final question for you, that it's easier, or maybe not easy, not the word, it's a better option to start with the black in a mini match with 2 games, or would you actually prefer to start with white, or do you have no difference?
It's hard to say exactly. It depends on who you're playing. If you're playing a much weaker opponent, then probably white is good, so that if you win a game, then you have good chances to win the second game. But if you're playing a stronger player or one who's around your level, then black is better, just in case bad things happen, then you can come back. But it's very subjective. Depends on your opponent's style and also on your style.
Thanks for the insight and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be.
I'm joined by Grandmaster Elisabeth Petz from Germany, Germany's #1 female player. Elisabeth, you've just finished your first game of the 3rd round, a draw with Bibisara Sogbajeva. Tell us a bit about the game.
Well, actually, I didn't understand the game at all, to be honest. I thought at some point maybe I have a small chance, but eventually it was all, no matter what, I think in most lines it was always just very drawish. I was trying to complicate the matter, but objectively speaking, I don't think that I had anything.
So, of course, Bibisara is a very strong player. It's a 2-game match. Would you prefer to start with the black pieces or the white pieces in general?
Actually, I don't really care much. Maybe it depends also a little bit on the opponent. I mean, for example, like when I played against Mungzul, I was quite happy to start with black. But against Bibisara, honestly, I'm not even sure because, for example, like in Astana, I beat her with black. So it's not a matter of color, like in her case, in any, well, whatever will happen.
Or player dependent?
It's like, it's players independent and, she never really outplayed me with white in any of the games we played before. So I'm not scared now to be black tomorrow or something.
Tell us a bit about your camp, your preparation for this tournament. It's a whole month here. Have you done anything special, anything different with regard to previous tournaments to get here into the best shape?
Well, I did quite a lot of sports. At some point I was trying to eat healthy, but I badly failed because I always get back to my habits. Despite that, I had a small training camp with my coach, but I didn't really do anything special, I would say.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you very much and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
are back. There are still many games going on, both in the open and women's section. I think we have 9 games still going on right now in the open section and 6 games in the women's section. So, Mateusz, which one would you like to take a look first?
Oh, actually all of them.
All of them.
But many interesting things are still happening. Two of my friends, Radek Wojtaszek and Jan Krzysztof Duda, are still playing, and
still
probably
playing,
we
yes.
will come to at least one of these games later, because I see Radek is having pawn up in the rook end game. But I think we should start with the game we had seen, Tin versus Svane, because we talked for quite some time about that game, and at this moment we predicted the future, because we told that it can be really challenging for white player, and it turned out it was too difficult for him to handle this position. We told that going we can teach the kids, never go with your king to h3 if you are not forced, and if you can swap the queens instead, you should do that, because with this king on h3, when we had a break, you told that it costed white a game, and definitely, I mean, this move, from the practical point of view, here in the time trouble, you are kind of lost, because those tricks are here and there, you are pinned here, you are pinned here. Any move can cost you a game now, and after that he also didn't spot rook d1, which is actually quite surprising that he didn't play that. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, this is what happened. Oh, there is this one, and then what?
And then
this could potentially be happening,
No, but that's fantastic trick,
Queen
it's intermezzo like this, rook g4, queen g4, and so he didn't see. I wanted to say it's surprising he didn't see it, but okay, I am of course wrong, because I mean you have to see this move, which is out of your range quite often. Why should you give a queen?
Right. And probably he was in time trouble.
He was. At that point he had 1 minute, because when he played rook a4, I remember he was about 1 minute. And when he played this, it's just exchange down, and psychologically you are busted, you are just like few moves ago it was all nice, you were kind of winning, you could change queens, he thought, okay, why didn't I? And now you had to defend, and Rasmus convincingly is converting it, I am sure. So even rook d5, a very interesting move, because this is just a mate?
I think it's a mate. Just rook h5 there, and then queen e3.
Queen
e5.
e1, and after this you just win a queen. Okay.
No, queen e5.
Mate
queen
in1
g5.
is also.
Oh, queen h4. I missed this for some reason.
This one is good,
I
but
queen e5, queen
but
g5.
This is an elegant too. So very nice move, but it's very easy to play it once you are after the time control.
Yes.
With additional 30 minutes you do that, and actually resignation is a matter of time. But look at the camera, how devastated he is. Because
I think he realized now that that he had this option with rook e1 and queen g4. You know, sometimes during the play, you kind of like looking back of what could happen, or that things could have gone differently if I played this move and that move, and probably now he has time to see it now.
Yeah, you are totally right, but it is also more important when you have those tiebreaks. Yesterday, when I realized after the game, I was leading after 5th game of tiebreak, 3-2, and in the 6th game, I could have drawn in, I could have even overtaken the game in one move. And after the game, I realized, why I didn't play that? It was so simple. I mean, this, and that's it, And I don't know how much did it affect my last game, because I lost it easily, But when you have this, when you realize how close the victory or draw was, then it's very hard to be mentally back,
Right.
Quite often you just think about it. Even for days sometimes, if you are less experienced with those situations. So
like what Fishy also told about the match between Grischuk and Daneshvar yesterday, that Grischuk might not be able to sleep for days, because in so many tiebreak games that he had prior to the last one of 3+2, Grischuk was just having completely winning games, winning positions that could have easily been, a win for him if he has like a normal day at office. But turns out yesterday was quite a stressful day.
Yeah, but that's the point, that sometimes you take decisions and you can't explain them, yes, and then you keep asking yourself, why did I play this? It was so simple. I mean, I can close my eyes and blind play better, yeah, but then suddenly on the board you produce this or that. And that's the problem, and we can see it on the face of Tin that he played a very nice game.
Interesting game, yes.
If he would have swapped the queens, he would be just grilling opponent, probably winning the game, because there were really serious chances to win. I mean, it would be a question if it was a fortress or if it was not. And now he's just lost, yes. And of course losing with white versus Rasmus Svane, who is very well prepared, is maybe not the end of the match, but well, it's of course huge.
Right.
So how about going to the first of my compatriots, young Krzysztof Duda, the last World Cup winner. He is playing black with Ivan Cheparinov. Ivan did something spectacular yesterday. I don't know if you've noticed in the tie-breaks, because he played a rapid tie-break with Frederick Svane. And in a white game, he just repeated moves after six moves.
Yeah. I think we noticed that he had like very quick game.
Yeah. He just bishop e3, knight g4 in Najdorf. Yeah, bishop c1, bishop knight f6, and that's it. And you look, how you can give white, in such a match. And then he won convincingly with black in a Berlin endgame. Yeah, nice. So it was kind of maybe match strategy or something. I don't know, but it worked. I cannot say I've seen many cases like that such a player like Ivan, who is well known from being extremely well prepared, former second of Veselin Topalov, and like I would expect him to fight like and he's a warrior actually.
Yeah, he is.
And then he makes a short draw and it gives him a victory with black. So very interesting attitude. And here actually he is struggling with Duda. Yeah, that's he's pawned down, the 2 pawns down for a moment. He will probably capture this, but this pawn is weak, this pawn is weak. Okay, this arrow is not needed. But, okay, maybe it's a draw because of opposite color bishops, but we already seen in some other games that such positions can be tricky.
Right. Yeah, one would think, why would he sacrifice the white pieces, right? And then turns the match into his favor with the black pieces. But okay, this could be a personal strategy by Ivan Cheparinov, and now he is playing the reigning champion of the World Cup. And yeah, this probably is a drawn endgame, but he has to work hard.
I would rather maybe even because I also thought it's drawn, but it's just equal, because it's very far from any kind of final result. Final result, yeah. Because when you consider that there is always an option of breakthrough at any time, then I mean rook, let's say b2, yeah, and then you are just thinking if I can go this or I cannot. If I win the pawn, it's just over, yeah. So you have to be very, very careful not to lose this game. And 14 minutes for the remaining moves. They won't have any more time, just 30 seconds after each move. It's not so much, and of course Duda is well known of being a very, very practical player. I've played many friendly games with him, and from my experience, his trademark is to play always the most unpleasant move you expect. I mean, when I played some games, it's like, I am afraid of this. He plays this. I'm afraid of this. He played it. And it's very tough to play, yeah, when you always meet what you don't want to see.
Yes,
yeah?
Exactly.
So he's extremely practical with this very useful skill of creating problems for the opponent, and this is exactly the position. Objectively, probably it's all fine for white, but even if it is, you have to prove maybe in the end it's some endgame rook plus bishop versus rook.
Rook, bishop and rook. Yes.
It's not impossible. We've seen it yesterday with in Grischuk Danishvar.
Yes.
Though I was surprised that Alexander didn't claim it, because they finally made 75 moves and arbiters stopped the game. But I would claim it at some point, though it's not so easy to.
Yes, and now we have the result, I think, and Tin Qingyao versus Rasmus Vane game, and Black wins the game, right?
Oh, but that's elegant. They discussed the game. I never know if in the World Cup you should discuss the game because you meet the other guy tomorrow and maybe the next day and you are fighting with him. But yeah, they kind of exchange the views and that's obvious that they say, oh, white was better.
Yes, yeah, they are totally passionate about the game of chess. And before we move on to the next game or potentially looking at the women's sport, we have an interview with our current world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look.
So I'm joined by world's number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Victory in the first game. Magnus, tell us about your game with Taddy and how difficult it is to play with your teammate and try and get a good score in the first game.
Yeah, I think last time I played Irene in the World Cup, he was there with Giri. They were hanging out and they were working together, so he was more of a natural enemy then. But now, I mean, we're having meals together. We're very good friends. Also, we hang out a bunch at home. So it was, I didn't want to necessarily play him, but I think. I played an idea in the opening, which it's not great, but it put some pressure on him. I think he responded pretty okay, and we got this end game with rook against knight, which should be a draw, I think, but it's not so easy. I think he had a lot of choices, but eventually he went wrong, which often happens.
Will we see you having dinner with him tonight with David again in the restaurant, or are you going to skip this one?
No. I mean, if he wants, I'd love to.
Sorry.
Thank you. Cheers.
An indirect dinner invitation from Magnus Carlsen to his opponent Arya Tari. And before we move on to the open section, let's take a look some of the games in the women's section. And it appears that Anna Muzichuk is in big trouble against Anna Ushanina.
Maybe she badly doesn't want to play with her sister, so she decided to quit the tournament with another compatriot, but not the sister exactly.
But that's a bit too early to call it, because they will have another game tomorrow.
Of course, but there is still some technique needed from white, so probably it's not too difficult. Although you have to be still precise. I don't know. For example, if you stay, you won't win. If you play h5, it's maybe drawn, because then you can't win the pawn. Because if you go here, maybe I just come closer with a king, and after this I just go king g7, or maybe even queen g5 can make a draw, because you cannot win this pawn. I mean, that's draw. Yeah. So it's not impossible that you have to play precisely. She played king f1, which is maybe also good, but the engine was showing very nice line. Take. You want to go farther. Here, and the winning idea is to play king f1 or something. I mean, I really like this concept to put the rook here, because it's very elegant. You have this multifunctional rook which does two jobs, and then you just go with king somewhere, or here. I mean, when maybe you can even go here. I am not so good in endgames as Vichy, so I will better show something else, not to compromise myself. But but it should be winning. King f1 is also a decent move probably, because maybe you can go, but I don't know actually what she wants later. It's actually a questionable move, and those are those moments when you should play precisely. And what Anna did, she spent almost all her time playing a move which is not winning straight.
Which Anna? Both Annas.
Anna Uścianina. Anna Uścianina, but former world champion, yeah?
Yes.
And Anna Muzyczuk was not a world champion. Only Maria
only
was.
Maria, yes.
Okay, so Anna was champion.
2015, yeah, he was in 2015.
And this after King f1, it can be tough. It can be tougher. I am wondering what is happening after this. Maybe
Rook f5, rook h5, yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is winning.
That's quite simple.
But maybe I still can play something like this, and you have to be precise, because if you go here, maybe.
Yeah, king f3, king f3.
I blundered this, of course. But h5. This. Okay, because this I wouldn't be so sure if it's winning. Yeah, I mean, I see that engine is showing it's a victorious position, but. I mean, it's not so obvious, at least for me, if it's so. With 5 minutes on the clock, I think it's still
quite tricky.
It's tricky, and there is every chance that she won't win it. Maybe we could go to the game of Gomez Marianne versus Salimova, because we've seen it long time ago.
Yeah.
And it is quite educational, because we were enjoying this position because we were here, and we told that black should just improve the position, play it without any haste, just improve the pieces. And what actually has happened was that she kind of tried to improve her pieces, but she didn't find a good moment to convert it. And for example, move like knight e4 is already questionable, yes. Still, she had the advantage, but she focused on winning the pawn, which was still good. But at some moment she played d4, and it's already an invitation for some problems, because you are blocking your bishop. And still, position is very good, but it's getting tricky. And step by step, the position were simplifying, and suddenly now it's just very close to a draw.
Yeah, and we see on the screen Anish Giri has finished his game and drawn the end game against Abbasov Nijat.
So, Wait. I thought it's a dead draw, but she blundered again. It was a dead draw here, because I've seen it when we had a break, yes? And it was somewhere here a draw, but she put all the pawns on dark squares, and it's lost again. She will lose now this pawn or this pawn, I suppose.
I see. And
because if you play here, maybe just
rook h1,
and first check, and after this maybe this.
Ooh.
Or king e4, maybe even stronger, because if this it should be lost, yes, because you just win, all the pawns are on the black squares. So still Salimova will win, but the game with adventures.
And we have some decisive results as well in the women's section. The all-Georgian clash between Bella Kotanashvili versus Mary Arabidze was won by Arabidze.
Arabidze or Kotanashvili?
Oh, sorry, Kotanashvili was won by Kotanashvili. And
both players are very strong, though Kotanashvili was rated 2500 at one day, and
25 something, 2530 or something.
Yeah, and I considered him to be very strong all the time. Arabidze is strong, but never rated around 2500. I think it is around her peak 2450.
Yeah, I think so too.
Bella should be considered as a clear favorite in this match.
Yes. And An upset in the women's section also happened with my compatriot. Medina Warda Aulia won her game against Alina Bifol, and tomorrow Medina will be taking the white pieces and definitely has a clear advantage there in the match.
There can be quite some number of games where black won. Because it was your compatriot Salimova can win, and there were some other games where black won, if I am not mistaken. Roberts won with black, yes?
Roberts, yeah.
Okay, not more. Actually, very decisive game in the women's section, yeah, almost, but that's common.
And the rest of the games, it's always rook end games, and actually we will see 2 games with rook and bishop end games. That is also currently happening between Maria Muzichuk versus Vaishali.
Yeah, but this game, Muzichuk Maria versus Vaishali, it's very, very complex. It's very hard to say what is happening. Okay, with engine we can see that white should be doing great, but 2-4-6, 2-4, 2 pawns up, but there can be some simplifications. I bet we will see rook and bishop versus rook here.
That is possible.
Although with precise play, probably you can somehow save a lot of pawns with white. Yes, because probably those pawns will fall somehow. It looks like, and the king is just collecting them at some point. Although being black in such a game, I would believe I can save it, but yeah, with engine evaluation we can see that young Indian player is in huge trouble.
Right.
The sister of Prague, yes?
The sister of Pragnananda, yes.
And what Prague did today?
I think they drew. Yeah. They're still playing actually. So Pragnananda is still currently playing against David Navarra.
So we can jump to David and Prague.
And looking like a better position for Pragnananda.
It's a rook end game with a pawn up, and it can be winning, yeah. Well, it's a very good situation for Prague because David was involved in a tiebreak yesterday with Niklas Huschenbeth. He eventually won, but in general David is a very emotional person, so I think it costed him a lot to play tiebreak, which was so stressful, exactly. And he is quite often having some sleeping issues. I suppose that after that match it was not easy for him to fall asleep or to sleep well. So actually we always had nice moments in our team from Czech Republic, because I also play in Czech Republic for the Novi Bor Chess Club, and at European Club Cups we had Krishna Sashikiran in a team and David Navarra, and that was fantastic to see their discussions. Email discussion at 6 a.m.
Wow.
So everyone is sleeping and David writes an email at 6, alert us about something, and 6:01 Sasi answers that's no, everything is fine or something like that. Like later we wake up, we check the emails before the breakfast or at the breakfast and we see, okay, there was some discussion at 6 a.m. Which chess players are discussing something at 6 a.m. But both David and Sasi are waking up very, very early.
So they're early birds then.
Exactly, which is fairly uncommon for chess players.
Yeah, I'm not an early bird myself.
Exactly. What chess players love is to sleep until
almost noon.
Almost noon, yes. And what we hate is morning rounds, yes. And but for Harry, for Sasi, and for David, waking up early was never an issue. But yet here he's probably doing very bad, and because like this pawn is falling, this pawn is also very weak. So if you take, I just take the pawn. If you go here, I put my rook behind the pawn. Maybe not. Okay, computer says I should collect first.
You have time to do that, yeah?
But this I wouldn't. That's actually surprising for me. This, and what? This. Am I not winning this? This is lost, but e5 you had to play. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That's little nuance is very important, but very easy to be missed.
Because now I don't. I
You
cannot.
don't have your king. Yeah.
I cannot go with my king, and my pawns are very slow. Yes. Wow. So that's. But okay, this if it goes to this is not so easy decision. Of course, I believe that young prodigy will calculate it all until the end. But this is always a bit stressful because this pawn can also win the game. Yeah.
Right.
Although, well, very unlikely that it wins the game if you give a check and king has to go to the h file. Yeah. So now you can even sometimes just give a rook for the pawn. Okay, I don't know if it's winning, but quite often it can be winning. Yeah, you just give the pawn and some rook for the pawn, and you win it somehow. So there should be many ways to win it, but on 10 minutes on the clock,
Right.
If calculation is needed, Prague has to be extremely careful. There is another interesting game, Tabatabai Vincent Kamer, also rook endgame. Well, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to go there, because it seems that German prodigy has also every chance to convert his advantage, though it requires probably even more precise play than the previous position, because here material is very limited, and if you exchange too much, it's just it. I would personally go for it and and I would look for a chance, and but maybe there is no chance.
There's
yes?
no chance. The rook can just park on c6 and the king goes after c3
And
pawn.
if I play here?
And maybe now king e4. King
You
d3.
can just go here and rook
right.
c6 once
there.
again. You are, king is just a way too far to do anything. Okay, so it's just...
It's just
because
lost for
this, I don't believe is any problem, yeah? You just go here, you first give a check.
First, yes.
King goes, no.
No, and then king f3, and the king has no...
So how you should play here? King e4, pawn
and
game?
rook g5. So this is a winning pawn endgame. Takes, and yeah, just one tempo up. And then and then just push the pawn.
But this is a draw. No.
No, it is not a draw.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So this is. But is it? Wait a second. This is a crucial moment here that you have to play this move.
King e4.
That's the only move.
Yeah.
And he must have seen it playing g6. Yes. Because yeah. So
g6 is a comical move to make if you didn't see this beforehand.
Yeah. But he had a choice, yes.
Yeah.
What I mean, because I would personally go for this probably, and this, and something like this. Why
Right.
to calculate any endgames? Because king f4 looks so much easier. You want to go here, just the next move. If you go here, I just go king e3 probably. No.
No. It looks actually very
because
natural.
rook f5 I blundered.
So king e4, not to give this option.
Yeah, king e4.
Yeah, and then preserving the king d3 idea too. Nice. Whoa, you have to be very precise too in this
Yeah, and I
position.
am usually not anyhow precise in rook endgames, so... But Vincent is. If someone is working with petal Leko, he has to
Of
be
course,
precise,
yeah.
so... but I've seen some endgames that Vincent didn't play so well, so... He still can make a blunder, and... yeah, it requires a lot of precise moves. We will see how it will happen. And another rook endgame we do have is Wojtaszek Sitko. We can go there because it is a well, maybe we should talk a bit. So Ivan Sitko already did 2 surprises, and as we mentioned earlier, he beat Nijat Mamedov in round 1, and Sam Shankland, who mated himself in a way in round 2. while Radek played only from the second round, and he beat a player from Sri Lanka who got a place in the second round, as Erik Hansen
couldn't make it here.
Didn't make a visa or something, and he didn't appear in Baku at all. So in a way, Radek has a we can say a bit of luck, because he avoid first playing Hansen, which is 2600 player, and now he normally would be playing Sam Shankland, and he plays what he likes, because Radek enjoys getting positions with minimal risk but every chances to win. So a position like his, like this, is totally his piece of let's say work. He enjoys such positions, and he's extremely good in or was, I don't know if still is, but usually is very good at such positions, because objectively it's a draw, but to make a draw you have to work very hard, and and it's not so easy to make a draw. So I cannot say if it's a drawn position or not, because it's very hard for me to give a final verdict. But I think somewhere it should be. Though, well, he won a pawn, and now it's a question how to play. I've seen only that Engine was not very happy with this move which Radek did, because you barely want to win a pawn. If you would like to win a pawn, I don't know, the basic plan should be to go with rook to a8, pawn with a7, and later trying to
force the king to move to any of the lines.
Exactly. So some g3, gh, and later go there. But I don't know if it works. Radek decided to go something different, and now they went to calculations, because now it's some kind of a race. Engine unfortunately shows its draw, so probably it is a draw. Just and it should probably be played on the board. I mean, it will happen, because now Black has no choice. It's just maybe there is just no space for any blunders. Because I just put my rook back here. I try to give up, win a pawn. If I win the pawn, it's just a simple draw. So it can be another success for Ivan Shitko, who is. Maybe so far producing the biggest surprises.
Taking on Volokitin, and then
not
sorry,
Shankland and Mamedov. Volokitin was eliminated by the best haircut in the tournament, Daniel Vokatura.
Best haircut in the tournament. Right.
If you don't mind, I will go to young Krzysztof Duda, who will probably not win with Ivan Cheparinov, because he won a pawn.
Hang on, we have some developments of some moves in the game of Tabatabai versus Finchon Kammer. This is the line that we already discussed before, and we're waiting for Finchon to play King E4, as we analyzed, and giving the pawn up on G6 in order to force.
And he played it.
King E4.
Okay, so as requested, King E4, a fantastic move by Vincent. And well, that's the question, if it's easy or not. If you have to play precise moves, or any move wins. Because how you want to win this? Can you, for example, give a check? Let's say I would go for that. This
and King D3,
or but King D3, Rook C5, yes.
Right after that,
And how you win now? You cannot take. You cannot move. Well, you can give a check, but it doesn't give anything, because I don't take it.
Or Rook F5.
Okay, but then what? Then I just come back, yes.
Like H5 now.
Okay, I come back.
And Rook F4, Rook C4.
But then I win this guy. This. If you go... Okay, maybe it's also 1. But Rook C4 is probably a draw, yes? I just take this guy.
Yeah, we have to limit the king. Yeah, probably rook g4. Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's not so
It's
easy.
not easy.
Probably you can somehow maybe create some mating net. I don't know, king here, like here maybe. I don't know. Well, okay. We have an engine. We can probably use it. Rook e5. It says. Okay, let's say I keep a rook here. Okay, we put the pawn here, and what? This, and what's the next move? Ah, now this.
And after king g3 or king h3?
And after this, g5. Okay, if you put the pawn farther, I believe, and if this, just rook g4 and h4. Well, I think it will be. I think Vincent will win it, but it's not so obvious. It's not so obvious, definitely, because the rook is, for a moment, not really good at 5th rank, and that's why you have to somehow play precise moves.
Right.
So there is still a room for misplaying it. Many changes in the Pragnananda Navara game. I've seen you had a look on it. But it seems Prague is quite
capable in converting this into a victory. Yeah.
Yeah, because the problem of Black's position is that you still have to invest like several tempis to win the rook. Yeah,
Right.
and up to this moment, I will have my pawns on 6th rank or somewhere. So it's just that Black is just a way too slow, and Prague will probably convert it, so it will be a good day for him.
I didn't see any real upset on in the open section so far.
Well, Voloki.
Vocaturo against
Vocaturo
Dubov.
beat
That is
Dubov,
the
yes.
big upset there, and
Especially that Daniil played with white.
Peter Spiller also won against Jordan van Forest, but they're all similar ratings.
Yeah, but would never call it an upset surprise or whatever, because as we already mentioned, Peter is a specialist of a KO system, and well, as they say, you cannot buy the skill. Yeah, if you have it, you have it, and Peter is not only an unique player but also a very, very good guy playing in KO system, and he well, I would love to see him in the semi-final or whatsoever, or in the candidates. That would be brilliant, because well, he is a fantastic player and also a very interesting person, so I am cheering for him.
Now I know. I was about to ask, like, who are you going to root for in this?
Okay,
tournament?
of course I am supporting my
The
friends.
Polish players,
Yes,
yeah, of course.
but the older generation, it's always good to see them playing well, and Peter is of course a guy who it's very easy to feel sympathy for him, being a great player, great commentator, and just a very nice person. So yeah.
Okay. And do we have some developments on the game of Duda versus Chaparinov?
Yeah. We've seen it for a moment, but this probably is an easy draw.
Yeah.
As White has basically just one weakness, which is the fact that they don't have a pawn. So, as the old saying says, you can't lose a game on just one weakness. And if there would be some other object to attack, maybe then we would be able to create something. And it's very unlikely that we can move the pawn to a3. This bishop is protecting the a3 square, while if we put the rook on third rank, intending to go farther, probably or some check on c5 or rook to c8 and later check on a8, we will always make it. But Jan will never make a draw just like that. He will try from that side, from the other side, because at some point opponent can make something stupid, and that's it. Yeah, you can even play move like this because you never can take. This is just probably lost. So if there are moves like that, I mean, maybe he can somehow try to deal rook for a bishop. Very unlikely, but okay, you should keep on playing, yeah, because if your opponent would be down to 30 seconds, then some nervousness can be there. And imagine that somehow we came with a king here, then maybe we can somehow attack the pawn. It's very unlikely, but as I know Jan, he will play it until the last chance.
Right, and you just have to accumulate all these little ideas, and taking your chances, because chess is definitely a drawn game, but you just have to come up with some tricks and show everything that you've got up your sleeve. And
I would also add that chess is a game of mistakes.
Exactly.
If you play a perfect game of chess, it's a draw. But if you play a game where you are just better than your opponent, it's enough. Yeah, that's what we should always remember. That the point is to force your opponent to make a blunder, or maybe give him a space to give a blunder. Quite often it's a trap when you play a weaker opponent. You want to play a good game, but you don't. Somehow you even should play a move which is objectively weaker but trickier, which create more unexpected issues for your opponent. And it's not crucial to play optimal moves, but we already discussed it.
And Jan Christoph is reaching for rook b2 to reply Chaparinov rook c3.
I have good news for Polish viewers, because Wojtaszek is suddenly winning, and that was very interesting moment, because I'm winning is maybe not so easy, but that's a very, very educational thing. I mean, the late Mark Dworecki would shout now, because you should always look for activity in end games, and this rook should always be behind the pawn. I mean, it's just like automatic. You shouldn't think about material always, but about activity. And what did Ivan Sitko? He took the pawn, he allowed Radek to give a check. Very smart trap by Radek, because now rook is behind the pawn, you want to promote, and the guy has to come back with a rook. And very important move, rook a3, multifunctional rook, which is restricting king from going to the h3 pawn, and which is still protecting the pawn on a6, and it should be winning. Okay, maybe there are some ways to escape it, but with a rook behind the pawn, that just draw. But now, I mean, I would bet it's a winning position, because because I would bet so.
Yeah, it's looking like a
Although, wait a second, Comp says that rook a3 was a mistake.
You have to play a7 first, I guess, to force the rook on a8, and then rook a3. I think that's...
But was... wait a second.
There might be there's some rook g4 or something.
And now rook a3. So what's the difference? Because rook a3 looks like very good move.
Because rook g3, I guess. Oh, rook d8.
This, and now king e5, and if a7, rook a8. Why it is...
because in this position, you could have gone king d5 before that, and then king c6. There's one tempo different there. Yeah.
Wow.
It was small nuance, really. Like
a7, rook a8.
Yeah, and then
because if you add the check, then I played this.
Yes, king c5, and you're closer.
And I won a tempo.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. If this, we have the same position, yes? I cannot play rook a3.
No, you shouldn't play rook a3. Just go ahead, because after king g3, there's rook a3 check.
No, this is not, because I go here and I go with this pawn. Actually,
so maybe the king goes to the other way.
Yeah, Comp says king d5 here.
Whoa.
And after this, you play this, and after this, you play this.
And then just get
the pawn is not coming.
Right.
Okay.
Wow, that's small things that you have to
And
understand.
the blunder from Sitko. He didn't give this check. he didn't give this check and it's lost again. Wow, a7, and if now do I have... now I don't have to go here, I go here, and after this what I go?
King d5 maybe? And then zigzagging, and after rook d8,
okay,
king c6.
let's go here, that's the most obvious move, this.
And king d6, or... Oh,
this is wrong.
no, king d6.
King d6, and for the pawn I go, this. Rook a4.
And then just king e5 then.
And I just, wait, this, and if this, I go
Check,
this.
and then take the pawn. Wow. That's some instructive endgame over there. But I understand why Radek didn't push a7, because at some of the rook's endgame, right, you're kind of like saving it just in case that you might want to put any, or like king over there, or sheltering your king. But
and he didn't play a7. He played king d5 and it's draw again. Because of rook d8 check. He doesn't understand they both don't get that you should win this pawn with a king, because this and now you cannot win the pawn. But I mean, if both players are missing it, it's just not so obvious, because it's very easy for us to say win, draw, win, draw. But judging by Radek's face, he's sure he's winning. What he missed, I'm not sure, but he missed something serious.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very normal also in chess. When you missed it for the first time, it's the recurring understanding that keeps going on for maybe twice or thrice after that. And Shitko found it, rook d8. Maybe he finally understood that this move has to be played.
Yeah, but though I'm not sure how it's a draw, because if I go here, Com says you go here. If I give a check, where you go? King e5, and it seems that's just it, but f4 and rook is very bad placed, and I am not winning, because f3 is a threat. And if I go here, you just probably... even this and what, rook f6? No, whatever, this, and if I go here, you just go here, this, rook a7, this, and what? And then f5.
And f5,
and
yes.
f5, and those, this is, But anyway, no matter what happens, well, especially if Radek doesn't win, I mean, this is a moment where you should use your time and be 100% sure that you are winning, because it is a position where you are very close to winning, and he knows that, and you have to... The trick is that we chess players quite often forget to look for opponents' resources, So you see the winning line, you go for it. That's it, And I was a victim of this thinking like million times. I thought, I'm winning. That's it. That's over,
I totally agree with you.
But you should have this habit to look for the best defense for your opponent. If Radek would do that, he would have won. And now he must wish that Ivan won't play king e4. Other moves, maybe all moves are drawing, because king e5 played, not king e4, and it's probably drawn. Although after check, do you have to go here? If you go here, it's lost. So Radek will give a check. That's 100% sure, and it will be a question if Ivan will go king e4. He didn't want to go... can he go king f4 too? He also can go king f4. So it's... Maria Muzychuk won, did she? Or
no, the other... Maria Muzychuk, yes. Yes, she won against Faishali, or Miss Babu. She won that endgame,
she was better. She was 2 pawns up, and she won. So she's the Muzychuk sister, which can go to the next round. Any development in Anna's game, I will have a quick look if there are any.
And there is one game finished already in the women's section. It's Salimova against
She won
Gomez.
finally
I think
against
so too. Yeah, it should
Marianne
be winning
Gomez
for Salimova.
I'm sorry, I will switch to the Usienina Muzyczuk because it's a draw. What a
turn around.
Look at this. I mean, this position, she played h6. She played all rook endgames we have, and all of them are so tricky. You can write a book after round 3, yeah, because king f4, fantastic move. She played h7, a horrible blunder, and now it's just a perpetual, yeah?
Because the king cannot get out, yeah?
Yeah.
It's just perpetual. The king cannot get out.
Because if you go here, here, you cannot go here because you are being mated. So horrible blunder by Anna, but Anna, former world champion, because here she was still winning, but she probably lost her hopes, yes?
Yes.
The winning move was rook h5. The other moves? No, this is not. So this is probably the only winning move, rook h5.
And they're repeating the moves. The king is currently on h1 right now, and they shook hands. Oh, what a save by
narrow escape by
Anna
Anna
Muzyczuk. Yes.
Very, very. I wouldn't call it lucky because she was fighting until the end, yeah, and that's a very, very nice move by her. King f4. Of course, I mean in this position you have limited choice, yes. So that's the only chance, yes. But if you put your opponent in the situation that she has just one move, then you have 50-50. She will find or she will not, and she did not. She didn't find rook h5. So draw. Surprising draw because Usienina was winning and many occasions, but as we already see, rook endgames are tricky even for the best players under the sun. That's it.
And that concludes.
And it was always so.
That concludes the games in the women's section.
We have a young Krzysztof Duda on the camera. We can jump there. He is still trying to torture Ivan Cheparinov.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's actually, he wants to put a rook on f3. I didn't see this idea earlier, because with this, maybe he has a chance to somehow, but how we can do it? If we go here, the pawn is attacked. If we go here, we are being checked, and we cannot make it because we lose the rook. So there is probably no way to protect that pawn, and that's why it's drawn.
Yeah, and there are currently 5 games left in the open section.
And almost all are rook endgames.
Almost all rook endgames, yes.
The game we did not see yet, we can go there for the first time, is Bluebaum Vidit.
Yep.
Both players had a tiebreak yesterday, and in this match Vidit is of course a favorite because, well, 2700 player for ages. But Bluebaum is also a very strong player, from last year. He was a European champion, also 26, 80, 70, 90 for many years. Very well prepared, and it won't be an easy task for Vidit. But they both had very tough tiebreaks yesterday. Yes, Vidit needed many games to beat Dimitrios Mastrovasilis, while Bluebaum he beat next to me someone.
I should remember that, but now the names are slipping out of my mind. He beat Paravian.
Yeah, so that was exactly next to my table. Actually, I was close to play Bluebaum. It was just the next pair, I think.
And I think there is one game that could finish at any point now. It's Tabatabai versus Vincent Kammer.
Yes, this is actually the only rook endgame we can assess easily. Because
it looks obvious.
Prague versus Navarra is also pretty obvious now, but here the pawn on g3 is deciding, and I am impressed by what Vincent did, because it was far from obvious. Okay, it's not end yet, so probably he should play something precise still, but already some tasks he solved were impressive. But look, I mean, he has 45 seconds, so maybe it's still some
tricks over there, yeah. And we see on the camera,
because look, there is a line, this. You don't give a check because then I hide, but you play this, and what should I do exactly? Just here? Wait a second. If I go here, then I am lost, yeah?
yeah.
Because check and I lost, so how do I win? Rook d1, rook d1, and this? Rook d6, rook b6. It's all simple, but only with engine, yeah? 40 seconds on the clock.
40 seconds, and it looked like, even though Tabatabai is having 5 minutes left on the clock and should actually be calm, yeah? Or maybe not, because his position is inferior. But Vincent Kammer, even though we are only looking at the back of his head right now, he's actually quite calm compared to Tabatabai. And they are playing not according their pieces. I mean,
yeah.
yeah, Kammer has a white shirt and he's playing the black pieces, and Tabatabai is wearing a black shirt, so probably next round they might reverse.
I thought you are referring to something else, because if we look at the camera, it looks like Tabatabai is black because he has so many pieces next to him. And once I witnessed the situation in some Blitz tournament in Poland, that both players were somehow lost on track, and they started to move pieces closer to them, in some pawn race, yes. They completely forgot which side is moving where. I mean, it was just ridiculous, yeah. So you can get lost after some intense battle. And Rook d1 played, yes, if I see it correctly. So Vincent is, well, Peter Leko can be proud of his student.
Yeah, he's been very proud already, yeah. And yeah, this position, with some precision, he can finish it off very quickly.
I must say that I am also cheering for Vincent, because I also like to see that, because we live in slightly different times, I would say. In many on many occasions, I see that people are focused on just one thing. Yes,
right.
Just if you are, I don't know, football player, you just play football. If you are artist, you just do your stuff. Yeah, but Vincent has different interests. Yeah,
really?
he is playing, I think, piano or something. He's from family with, I mean, his parents are musicians, so he got some education on this field, and it's already like old generation did, yeah, because many of those young old players had different interests, sometimes quite an education. I think it's very positive that we still can see a player who is an extremely strong, a very talented player, but still having something,
picking up something
some
else
bigger
too, yeah.
picture. Because, well, chess is fantastic game, I love it, but it's not the everything life can offer you. Yes, so it's good to have some different interests, different education, and Vincent is actually the player who is having this, let's say, wider picture.
Right. Yeah. Wow. So apparently Vincent Kammer has a very interesting life background as well. Not only his ability in chess, which is.
I was even listening to his father music on Spotify. You can find it's a classical music, which I am not so much fond of, but I liked it. So just try and enjoy.
Yeah. That's amazing. And Tabatabai is still thinking. I think this should be like one of his last tricks on the game, because if Vincent could find all the right moves, he's just in the verge of winning this position.
I am wondering what is happening in Wojtaszek's game, because it really seems strange. I am like afraid that he is lost, but no.
It's a drawn.
It's drawn, but yeah, he misplayed it. He will be extremely angry because it was Prague finished. Prague
already.
won.
Yeah, Prague won. Pragnananda won his game against David Navarra. So
if we collect, look, if he collects, he loses.
He shouldn't. He should just
because this, and you are not in time, yeah. I just take this guy.
Take that one first. That's important.
Because if you go here, then white is winning, yeah.
White is winning, yeah.
So you have to be very, very careful, because if you think you are winning, you are losing, yeah. So you have to go probably after king g2. You have to go king f6. I mean, now king f6 is the only move, and after this you have to go here, and after this king f. I mean, I am pretty sure that Radek can be.
Solve this.
I am not. He can panic.
He can get panicked easily.
Yeah. I mean, he's lucky that. The defense should find it by itself, yeah. Like by elimination, you will find what you do.
H3?
He took the pawn. Oh my God, he is lost. No way.
Oh.
He took the pawn.
Alina Kashlinskaya must be tipping
he
over
took
her
the pawn.
chair
I
right
mean,
now.
no, but this is just goodbye. This is just over, because he is losing with white. The game which was completely winning few moves back, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's impossible to recover after that.
King g2. Maybe he thought that he's been losing this endgame, and I see no reason why he took on f7 actually. Maybe he didn't see all these nuance that you have to wait and pin, and so on. And
he played king g6 and he offered draw, because I think he said something.
I didn't catch that. So probably he did that. I mean, but I think black player wouldn't take it if there was a draw over, and he took it. He took on h3 first, just like what you said, and then king g3 and h3.
I am really wondering if he had offered draw, but if it was so, he just completely forgot that he may lose. Yeah.
But here after king g5, you have to play king g3 first, yeah, and then just push the other pawn, h3, and yeah, he's losing this one.
Oh my God, it's the biggest upset of this round, I think, because just 10 moves back, white was winning, and after well, very, very nice pressure on the opponent.
Yeah.
I mean, Ivan is playing very well, but if someone is lucky, he is the one, yeah, because Sam Shankland was almost winning with him and blundered a mate later on.
Yeah.
And now Radek was clearly winning, and he is losing the end game, which was impossible to lose, yes. Although maybe there are still some nuances you have to see, but to be honest, now I cannot see them at all. You just don't lose your pawn, and you just go one by one. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's played king to f5.
But
so
it doesn't
both
matter.
wins. Yeah, king g2,
just
king
go
g3,
here,
both wins,
here,
I
and
guess.
here,
Yeah,
and here, and that's it.
Yeah. I think we can expect a resignation on this game pretty soon, because also both players don't really have much time on the clock.
Yeah, but we can come back, because it was, of course, he was not winning any longer here. Here. Yeah, and rook a1 is already maybe not the best move. This. And this is kind of forced, yeah? And you have to play here. So maybe here he might have played this, because if you go here, then I win the pawn and I am winning.
Right.
And if you go, let's say, here, then I go here, just attack this pawn. But after this, okay, this is difficult to look for something like this. But okay.
But this is the same idea, no? That later, if the king goes to f4, you also have this idea. Yeah, king f4, and then there's rook f8, and then f5, king d6, and king e6. Yeah.
Yeah, and
the
here
same
it's an
idea.
easy draw.
Yes.
Yeah. So probably it was much better to. It was much better to put the rook on f5 to avoid those problems with a rook. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is quite heartbreaking for Radek.
Yeah, totally, because.
And he stopped the clock and resigned. Wow.
Yeah, shocking, totally shocking. But it is just yet another example how difficult rook endgames are. Radek is I would call him an endgame specialist. I've seen many endgames he won, like 4 versus 3, like theoretical positions, and he spent a lot of time to studying those positions. And so, I mean, it didn't help him in a crucial moment of very important match. Ivan Shitko is not resigning. He's not giving up. Yeah, he is fighting until the end. And he has this extremely important factor of luck, because we cannot call it anything else but luck. But as you know, you have to help your luck, and he is helping.
Indeed. And now I think there are some actions happening with Vincent Keimer versus Tabataba.
Yeah, we see them on camera. It's Blibaum visit will be draw. Probably we've seen them on the camera, but it's probably nothing special.
Yep.
It should be a draw. And Tabatabai is playing rook versus queen. Yeah, but it's
trying to make a fortress.
But it's not.
It's not a fortress.
It's
the
not
pawn is falling.
But the problem is that it's only difficult to win it when you play it against an engine, because engine can do what humans cannot do. It keeps rook far away from your king, and you cannot win it easily. Yeah,
right.
Most of the players usually lose the rook in a few checks. There is also this position when you put king and rook in the corner, and you try to trick your opponent with stalemate, but it's not too difficult to triangulate your opponent and win it. But of course, in limited time, you have to be careful. I think I once won with David Anton Guijaro at the Olympiad, this rook, queen and queen versus rook. So it wasn't that tough. So I am pretty sure Vincent will win it easily. But of course, no one resigns here.
Yes.
You wait until the end. Maybe your opponent will be not so skilled or something. It happens, of course.
Exactly. Yes. And with additional 30 seconds on the clock for each move, I think Vincent could comfortably think for a bit and try to plan it out, like what is the best way here to finish the game.
Of course, there is always this stressful moment, because basically when you have 2 minutes or 3 minutes like Vincent, you would think, okay, let's make 10 moves immediately, accumulate 3 more minutes and think. But then there is 50 moves rule, and then you can be running out of moves.
Right.
So better to not to waste them without reason. So I don't expect Vincent to make some random moves, but if I remember correctly, it's like 25-30 moves maximum. So there is some time to be spared. And here, king is quite close to the corner, so probably like queen d7, king d6, and you are already there. So maybe you can. I mean, probably this, and you are like close to but maybe it's not the most technical. I don't know. Yeah, maybe here it's something. This is even better according to the engine. And this and what? Okay.
I just get the rook. Yes.
Yeah, this is what comps are very quick at. Yeah, just here. So you basically cannot go here. Yeah, because you lose the rook. And if you go here, and then we are there. Yeah. But he didn't play that. He played what I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, I mean, that's all the difficulty here,
Yeah.
that I mean, because queen d7, king d6 is so much natural, yeah,
Yes.
we want to push the king back, yeah, but here you just look for a tactical resource, yeah, that after this you just win the rook, and if king is on the 8th rank, you did your job already. Yeah?
Right.
Wow. No, come on, we have enough of strange things happening today.
Rook d3 is the threat right now, and there are some moves on the board already.
Duda managed to win the g3 pawn, but does it change anything? No, unlikely.
Unlikely.
Duda, we can show the position, but it's impossible to win this because white is always defending on dark squares, and probably even if you would manage to win the e5 pawn, it still could be a draw. But how to make
lose it actually?
Yeah.
And also the bishop is standing very well on d6. It's guarding the b4 square, so the king, black's king, cannot really touch the rook on c3 at all.
Yeah, and we should also remember that rook on the c file just cut the king off, and if the king would be on, I don't know, h5, maybe we would say that there is some idea to create something. But here without king, the only chance to lose it is to blunder rook h3, which won't happen.
Yep.
So it's just a dead draw, but Jan is probably right to play it until the end because of a very simple reason that Ivan is much older than him. It's 13 years of difference, and also Ivan played tiebreak yesterday. Okay, just 2 games, but still, so better to
have a rest.
I mean, better to make your opponent tired, yeah, because there is another game, another day, and if you can put him into some physical issues, it's better to do that. Now g3 is his dirty trick, yeah, that after king g3 rook here, but okay, you can just play rook g. Okay, rook g3 is actually not the best move because king goes, but
bishop e7 was played.
But bishop e7 is decent enough, and you don't want to worsen your rook if it limits the king, yeah. Wow. No, it's not winning, but it looks like in Blibaum we did. Somehow he managed to force the pawn endgame, but the pawn endgame is drawn. Yeah. So this I thought that, but of course we are already there. Yeah. So free temp is before we need. So it's a draw.
Okay. So 2 games looking like going to be a draw, and 1 game that is Tabatabai versus Keimer looking like a win for Keimer.
Yeah, probably it is. It will be 2 draws and Vincent. I think we will go to Vincent. We will see if because it's the only position when something interesting can happen. But we don't want anything interesting here. We just want Vincent to win. But since he already didn't see one thing, then
there could be a sign, of some fatigue. It's already entering the 6th hour of the game.
I don't know how about you, but I always feel like playing those well-known positions is okay. Now I wouldn't care, but earlier I always thought it's challenging because you can like people can watch. Okay, you cannot do this, or you cannot win this. Then the people will say, "Oh my God, this guy didn't win this. Okay, he's a total patzer." Yeah, and there is this pressure that you don't know the basics. Yes, I mean, in general, you shouldn't care. Yeah, but there are some positions. It's really a shame not to make a draw or not to win. Yeah, like I don't know, you would lose a feed leader position in rook endgame. Okay, that's way too much. Yeah, but for example. Let's have this endgame: rook and pawn f and h. Like everybody knows that it's a draw, but I mean, in a practical game, it's very easy to lose. Yeah, but it's of course a shame because you should know how to do it at the grandmaster level. But I wouldn't be sure if I would make a draw in a practical game. Depends how much time do I have, and so on and so on. Or rook and bishop versus rook, like yesterday Grischuk defended on seconds. Yeah, it is something what most of players studied, but prove it, but remember that you go king with here, there, yes, and so on and so on. Once I defended with David Howell, rook and bishop. I had rook, he had rook and bishop, but at the beginning I had rook and a pawn on a place where I can't lose it, so I just can't put my pawn and he cannot do anything. So after 40 moves I missed he won my pawn somehow. Because I was like, oh my god, and then another 50 moves he was trying, so instead of finishing it we were playing like
another 90 extra moves.
I was extremely happy. It was in a Qatar Masters. I wanted to play football because there was a football day, and instead of playing football I had to defend this. Luckily I defended, although at the moment when I claimed 50 moves I was sure I am already lost, but it wasn't lost, but I was like, I mean, so many defending, and I thought like I wasn't aware what is happening any longer. And here, of course, if Vincent wouldn't win it, it would be very painful. But of course, he didn't make anything wrong. I mean, it's still completely winning.
And he has close to 5 minutes on the clock, so he should be able to find the winning sequence.
Yeah, what you should have to, what you should be aware of. Let's show it that. Let's say we play this. I play, let's say this. And that after that we cannot take. In many moments there is this stalemate which can happen on different positions. Yes, okay. Here it's not forced. Yes, but imagine we go here and we go here. Then it's of course a draw. Yes, so there is a stalemate you have to be aware of, and that's why Vincent is not playing it automatically. Because well, after 5 hours you can blunder anything, and it would be really painful.
Yeah, true. And
what was the worst opening endgame blunder you did, or you don't remember?
I think I should have blundered plenty times in the time travel, especially although the last one that I managed to defend was the Queen's Endgame. And we see a result there. FIDE versus Blue Bomb. It should be drawn, I think we saw that game. It should be a draw. And I played for 8 hours, and I was.
But you defended.
I defended because I had one pawn down in the Queen's Endgame, and all the pawns were in the same flank. So I think it was quite easy for me to defend it. But of course, it took like 8 hours, 167 moves, and it was so tiring.
Actually I had worse story also, many moves, like 100 something, and it was theoretical position rook and h pawn versus bishop, which is winning, but you cannot put your h pawn too far. I knew that, but I thought, okay, I can put it one square farther. Of course I put it and it was already drawn, and I was trying later for many moves, but it was already too late. So it was really like a shame.
A shame,
because I played a very nice game, and when it was just theoretically winning, I just made a stupid blunder, and that was like one of those positions like everybody knows it's winning, and I didn't make it. And,
I think it's definitely putting more pressure on your shoulder when you know that your game is being watched. Right?
Of course.
Compared to if you just play some, let's say, open tournaments and it's not on the live broadcast, that you can just totally be free of whatever you're doing on the board.
Yeah, but that's what sport is all about, especially nowadays. When you are a football player and you have a penalty in an important moment and you miss it, and then so the pressure is always there, and you have to be aware of that. You have to deal with it.
And we have some some moves on the game of Tabatabai versus Kaimar. Is it approaching to? I don't know. I cannot. I cannot really pinpoint this?
Well, I'm always hoping being a queen in such position that finally opponent will blunder a rook, so I don't have to
you don't
create
have to look
anything.
for something else, yeah.
But yeah, probably he will just come back to the A file, or here. Maybe to A3 he will go, and then you have to, because when king is in the corner, I mean, you put rook on b2, I think, and then you try to go like, he already put the rook on b2, which is very smart because he won't lose the rook anyhow. And now you have to come closer with your queen and later do some triangulation to avoid this stalemate defense or something like that. So, well, I mean, it's winning, but he has to work.
Yep.
And working at 6th hour is never easy.
And just a while ago, I saw on the camera that Tabatabai was trying to count, like when was the last capturing move on the score sheet.
Yeah,
He's
you put
already
extra
started
pressure
thinking.
on your opponent,
And
especially with huge mark or something.
He made sure that his opponent knew that he's counting the moves. And if there
Okay,
are,
we can also check it. Yeah,
let's check it. When was the last time?
this is
68. That one 7. No, I think it's 68.
68. You are.
Oh no, 69. After queen takes b4, that was the last capturing move.
You are right. 69. So 119. Yeah. So a lot.
It's a lot of moves. Yeah.
So he is really dreaming, because they just did 14 moves. So very unlikely that Vincent wouldn't make it, but yeah.
Yeah, so they are on move 83 at this point, or 84.
So for example, the resulting position when you have to be tricky, I think it's like you go here, let's say, here, some queen a2, and that's some, because if you go like this, I just go here, and here you have to, if you give check, it gives nothing, so you play some move like this and you wait for your opponent to worsen the position. Yeah,
or probably something like queen d1.
Yeah, queen d1 is also good. Then I play something like this, and and you somehow win this. This, but okay, it's not so obvious. Yeah, like, I mean, what is this by computer showing? I mean, if this, then you win the rook. Yeah, then you win the,
and then g1.
Yeah, this and this you play.
Yeah, also
that's the
b8.
trick.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically you have to force the rook to move from the 8th rank. The second rank. Yeah, and if it goes farther, you just win it by checks. Yes.
Yeah.
But well.
There are some moves on the board already.
Yeah, luckily it's the end game you can discover over the board. Yes, that's not a knowledge which is very difficult. Yeah, because you go logically to this position, and then you just force him to move the rook, and later you just check the rook, check, take.
Right.
Yeah, so that it's not so difficult, but the problem is that you can somehow, in the process of finding it, just lose control, and get nervous, and some panic and some pressure,
some chess fatigue as well.
Exactly,
anything can happen still. Yep. And he's played it queen e6.
Yeah, queen e6. Queen e6 is of course a good move, but okay, there is no bad moves unless you blunder the stalemate. Yeah, it's just about finding this one of those maneuvers which force rook to go farther, and then you capture it.
Right. So king. Did white move the king yet, or
no? He's still thinking.
So I guess if king a1 or king a3, you can make queen c4, yeah? Oh, king goes to b1. It's been played. Yeah, I like cornering both the king and the rook. So queen c4 and then wait. What will white do after that? Though maybe it's not clear too. The rook can go to a2. Queen c4, rook a2. No, Vincent played queen g8.
Yeah, because I mean, it doesn't really matter where you put your queen. Yeah, you have to, because this. I mean, you probably go here, and then what he wants. What does he want? What did he want? This? Oh no, this is not really helping.
Yeah, this not helping still.
This is not really helping.
Or maybe you can put the king on a3. It's okay. After king there, rook c2, rook king b3, and then rook and then king a3. Yeah, and then you don't have any sacrifice.
That's actually pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually pretty much winning the very next move. Yeah, only not to take with a king. With queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here, if I go here, you go this, and queen d1. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, we saw this earlier
Yeah,
on.
this is the winning position.
This is the winning
He
position.
played queen rook b7, and what? It is not winning there. Okay, with this is not winning because after this we go here. Yeah, and after this we just go here. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those compy moves. Yeah, you move the rook far away, not to lose it, and then okay, you try to survive.
Yes. So how to win this position then? There are a few ways, of course, but it's always confusing, isn't it? Since you're given with a few options. And there's almost
but this plan you showed with queen with king on a3 is very convincing. Duda drew
against Ivan Cheparinov. So we have one game remaining in both sections. I mean, from open section only. That is the game of Vincent Keimer versus Tabatabai. So a few upsets already on this round. Yeah, Shitko won against Radek Vostazek, and Fokaturo won against Daniel Dubov.
Yeah, not that many actually surprises, I would say, but this what happened in Radek's game, it's a nightmare. It's something which, okay, you cannot win this game, but you never should lose. I mean, it's just a disaster and very dramatic outcome for Radek, and I am very sorry for him because, well, he fought well. He pushed his opponent on the lines, and when it was time to score, he just did something. I mean, there is some magic in Ivan Shitko's games that those strong guys are doing blunders they would never do. So
yeah, just like what you say, Ivan Shitko was working on his luck, right?
Yeah.
It's working to get it, and there are some more moves that's happening on this game. And they're playing faster now.
Yeah, I think it was queen g2, queen d5. I think it was this, and this. That's what I think was this, but I am not exactly sure. Because queen is on d5.
Yeah, it is on. This is the position.
This is the position, yeah. Yeah, it would be much more challenging if in this position you would have just, I don't know, 30 moves to win. Yeah? Because even if you make something incorrect, you still have time to reinvent your winning concept. It's not so difficult, yeah.
Right.
And even I suppose that if you follow this with some table bases, it even shows in how many moves there is a mate, yeah. Like made in 20 or something, yeah.
Or even actually, this is
13.
Made in 13, yes.
Yeah, so that's basically not too far. And made in 13 is probably including
the sacrifice of the rook.
Yeah, so
it
adds some. So you win a rook, let's say in 11 moves or something like that. Yes. So if he has still 30 moves to claim 50 moves, I mean it's no chances basically. Yeah. You still can do some stupid things, but if they keep on playing for next 10 moves and no progress, then it's getting slightly challenging. Yes. So and Vincent is only 1 minute on the clock. It's But he played king c3, I think, so the move which is probably winning. Just move the king to a3, as you suggested.
Yeah. Yep.
And that should be it.
Yeah. Well, they are on move 90 right now, and Vincent still can make another 29 moves. Well, he has to finish before the next 29 moves, actually, because otherwise his opponent would claim for the 50 move rule draw. King c3.
Years back, there were different rules for different positions, yes? That there were some positions in which you could try for 75 moves, and in some positions, 50 moves. I can't remember which positions. If Vichy would be here, he would surely say that. But there were different rules for different positions, which was extremely strange. Even this 50 rule moves is a bit strange, yes? But, well, rules are rules.
Well, the players, they can claim the 50 move rule, but if they don't claim it, the arbiter can interfere on the move 75.
It's also a reasonably fresh rule, because I think it's like 3 years old or 5 years old that arbiters are obliged to intervene when there is no claim.
Thing.
Yeah, but even with a repetition of the position, if it appears five times, arbiter has to stop the game, even if the game finishes in other result.
Really?
I think so. Yeah. So
even if it's already finished, or oh,
I think that it's arbiter obligation. So if let's say, but I might be wrong, but from what I remember, it's like there was 5th time repetition. We continued the game because arbiter wasn't there or something. One side won, and you still can claim, or even arbiter should realize. But you should check the rules more carefully. But I think there was even a case like that and they realized afterwards, and they were forced to. I mean, the result was changed because of that.
Wow.
So, well, it's not such a stupid rule after all, because if it's a draw, it's a draw. Why you should be claiming? But okay.
I mean, there's some sense to that, but normally after you sign the score sheet, you just.
I'm not sure how it's about signing the score sheets and so on. That has to be checked, but I'm pretty sure that even when the game continued, if this 75 moves or 5th of the repetition has happened, I mean, there is obligation to claim a draw in the game. Okay, that's that's now rook c2, king b3, rook b2, king a3, which we already seen. So he will probably go for king b1 now.
There's some check on the first rank.
Yeah, he went for that. And now exactly he can reach this position, and I am pretty sure Vincent wanted to do that.
I think he did that.
Already.
I think so too.
Queen is on a light square, which
D1.
Seems to be d1, And Vincent is black in this game, so he will be extremely close for advancing to the next round, when the most likely opponent is no one else but Magnus Carlsen.
Right. Wow, it's gonna be tough. And this position reminds me, I've seen some of the chats here, like this is the time to do the Rosen trap. That is trying to stalemate your own self, but of course it's happening only in shorter time control, bullet maybe, or blitz, but almost impossible to happen in this time format. Vincent has 30 seconds for every move.
Yeah, exactly. It won't happen, and he should win the rook. I mean, it shows mate in 7, so I am pretty sure you can just execute that. Rook should be lost now.
Yeah, through some checks, probably on d6 or h2. So queen f1 is on the board, and then
and
depends.
now or queen a7.
Or queen a7.
On
Queen a7 is
h2.
there. Yes. A7.
A7 will happen, yeah. Or yeah, H2 will do the job as well, yeah.
Yeah, some resignation is expected.
I am actually already looking forward to the match Carlsen at such an early stage, yes, because it is definitely not an easy if it will happen, but it's very likely, yes, because Carlsen won and Vincent won with black. So I must say it would be already the first, okay, maybe not the first, but a very challenging match because Vincent is already quite experienced on a high level.
Yeah, and a very dangerous player.
Very
good preparation too.
At this stage, you surely don't want to get Vincent. That's my estimation. You would prefer to get someone else, but not exactly young prodigy who is capable of making surprise.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And that concludes all the games of today's matches. And kudos to Vincent Keimer for being the last game to finish today and winning in such a fashion. And tomorrow we will continue the battles at the same time. So stay tuned. We will be starting the broadcast shortly before the game start at 3 o'clock local time in Baku, Azerbaijan. And I've been Irene Sukandar and my co-commentator Mateusz Bartel. We are so happy to have you here, and we will see you tomorrow, and thanks for joining with us. See you.
See you. Good luck.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.